Okay, we are talking about high tech today, but we have a very basic problem. You see, I can get sound to work. And believe it or not, we tried it, when? 2 days ago. And it worked. It worked. Now I try with my computer. I have an Apple. I have a solution though. Maybe. Is any one of you having a Bluetooth speaker in the car? This is you were not ready for this, right? It's going to be an engineering solution. We're going to do things together today. No, sorry for that, but we'll figure it out. There is always a backup, right? You can enact what the avatar says. We'll do an enactment in real time. If not, we can get the show on the road anyway. It's not, the only limit is you're not going to be able to hear what the avatar says fully, or you really have to pay attention. So let me just do a test. Okay? Do you hear? Yeah. Oh, wow. I can hear. So, what happened is, yes, that we all talked before, right? So when everybody talks, we can't hear it. So now, the benefit of this is, I'm sure that you will pay attention. Listen, welcome.
Why don't you just put the microphone on the computer?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Well, on the computer.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. Let me just try again. And okay, so next question. Who knows that? Where is the microphone in Apple, man? Where is it physically located? Let's give it a try.
Please provide me with the keywords for the topic you want to create an experience.
Okay, we set. Okay, welcome everybody. First of all, very excited to have you here. We have approximately, I think, 600 and 700 people that are not physical here. And what does that tell you? That California is the center of the world on one side, except when it rains, right? No. I'm super excited to have you, and I'm super excited. I'm really like a kid in the candy store on Christmas Eve. But I packed all the presents together with my team here, so I'm very curious to see as we unfold the presents. We live in a time of drastic change. And I hope I'm not alone to say that, whether it's the political stability, whether it's the advancement in AI, whether it's many other aspects that are concerning us. And you can always look at this from the half glass full or the half glass empty perspective. And today, it's all full. Today we're going to talk about the possibilities, but also the realities of extended reality. So, now let's get this show on the road. And if you have questions while we present or after the presentation, welcome to take them. Okay, so today we're going to talk about transforming knowledge transfer and what EON does in this space. A couple of things that happened lately and what we're going to show you today. One is that the avatars, the not humans, are helping to create most of the content. You'll see a lot of examples of that today. So we are migrating from man-made to machine-made with our supervision. We already tested what you're going to see here with selected customers for more than probably 2 months now, and we got some terrific feedback. Also interesting enough, our productivity to release these products has increased threefold. We used to have 6-month releases, get used to monthly releases. So last release was in December, now we had one in early February, and we have one today. And another exciting thing today is that we're going to release the enterprise solution. So my colleagues will talk about how this is used not only in education, but in 6 selected segments for enterprise. Okay, so it's about AI-generated content. This is a little history view. By the way, we are celebrating 25 years today. So it's a big deal for us. We're going to have some, thank you. In technology, that is actually pretty much an accomplishment if you survive for 25 years. Okay, so 1990 to 2018, we had this specialized software that you required to be a programmer to do VR. 90 to 22, we made it user-generated, just made it easy. And now we are entering in a new phase, AI-generated. So we went from this developer to this user, and I don't know if this image is the best, but it's supposed to represent AI-generated content. Now, we are not alone. This is a world phenomenon. So I would like to listen to what experts say about AI and its role to create content in education and other areas.
But what generative AI can do, essentially, is create new things that would have thus far been seen as unique to human intelligence or creativity. And generative AI can create across all media, so text, video, audio, every pictures, every digital medium.
If you listen to the video, they don't mention extended reality, right? So, but we'll see that today. So, let's look at AI. Today, temporarily, the AI is a brain in a jar. It doesn't know who you are. It doesn't know where it is. It doesn't have context. So what we are looking at, and we're going to see today, is the fact that we are taking the genie out of the bottle. This avatar has a digital body, eyes, ears, arms, legs, senses, and it's a friendly companion. It helps you to instantly acquire knowledge and solve problems in your daily life, both in the virtual and in the physical world. In fact, you're going to see today 43 features that are auto-generated by AI, by simply talking with it. It's going to show us and tell us about whatever topic we want. It's going to guide us and assist us in a real environment. Now, the customer feedback so far has been great. People love it. Because let's be frank, right? I thought, oh, if we just solve the problem that users can generate their own content, so we don't have to have problem solved. No, that was not the solution. People are busy. They have lots to do. They don't have time to create content. So now we took the next step. Now we call this spatial AI, cognitive AI architecture. We also talked a little bit about productivity increases. And today, with respect to enterprise, we're going to talk about 6 specific markets. Manufacturing, healthcare, aerospace, energy, tourism, security. But that's just scratching the surface. Okay, so enough talk, let's do some walk. Let's walk the talk. And that's the sensitive part where I have to do this with the microphone and see. So what you're going to see here is me together with Jan. Where is Jan? Jan, come in. I want you to come forward if you don't mind. So Jan last night met and we tried the March 23rd version. And what we did is that we were in my living room and we asked him to do a couple of things. Okay? So what was the first thing you did?
Raspberry Pi Pico.
Okay, so we took a Raspberry Pi Pico semiconductor and started interviewing. Yeah, next one.
There was a watch, like a watch.
An expensive Swiss watch.
And then also demonstrated that you asked a question and then you asked a follow-up question, which is new for this release. It's going to remember the first question.
So the current AI doesn't have Alzheimer's anymore, right? It actually remembers what you said before, okay? And finally, we did also exploration of
Your art studio?
Art studio. Okay. So please have a seat and we'll get this show on the road on that.
experiences in the virtual world. Explore AI guidance and assistance in real world. Library, categorization, pre-built content, marketplace, and profile settings. Please provide me with a keyword for the topic you want to create an experience.
Watch mechanism.
Please select the keywords you wish to use. You may choose more than one. A watch mechanism is a complex system of gears and springs that powers a watch, allowing it to keep time accurately. The watch mechanism is a fascinating piece of engineering. It is a miniaturized version of a mechanical clock, and it is amazing that it can keep such accurate time. The mechanism is also very durable, and can last for many years with proper care. Here is a video related to watch mechanism.
I'm Jake O'Neill, creator of Animacraft.
Here are some of the main components: balance wheel, hairspring, escape wheel, pallet, mainspring, gear train, dial, hands, crown, case. What would you like to do next? Do you want to try out some assessments, explore components in more detail, or see a list of suggested questions? Ask me anything anytime by tapping the microphone button.
Explain why so many watches are built in Switzerland and why they're famous.
Switzerland has a long history of watchmaking, dating back to the 16th century. The country's watchmakers were known for their precision and craftsmanship, and over time, Switzerland became the center of the watchmaking industry.
Explain why they are so expensive.
Swiss watches often require a significant amount of time and skill to produce, with many parts being handmade and assembled by skilled artisans. Here are the generated assessments for this subject. Tap on the part in the model to select. Locate dial ring. Correct answer is highlighted in green. The regulator controls the speed of the watch. The crown wheel is responsible for the watch's accuracy. The barrel bridge supports the watch's movement. The lever pivot helps the watch keep time. The minute wheel turns the watch's hands. The bridge connects the watch's movement to the watch's case.
Now, everything you saw there was generated by a machine. Nothing was human intervention. Think about it as a chef that has 6 million ingredients, and that's our 3D models, that are endless. You can ask about honey badger and their nocturnal life, and it will create a lesson on the spot about that. By the way, this mode we call freestyle, because you can ask anything. There's more constrained things that we have to do in education, and I'll come to that in a second. So what you saw here is that it generated first a text, a dialogue, a video. It auto-selected a 3D model. It auto-identified which components a Swiss watch has. It generated an assessment. Subsequently, it generated what I call show and tell, that it actually identified what each component does. So it was not just this is this and this is that. It will explain you what they do. And so all these things that 4 years ago, what you just saw there, used to take us 1.5 hours to 2 hours to create. So I keep getting this question: oh, this application that we just saw, how long time does it take you to create? And I hope today we're not going to ask that question any longer, because it was created live while we saw it. I didn't cut anything in that video. Okay? So now we have created. How about exploring something? And how about exploring the real world? Okay? So let's have a look on that.
Hi. What would you like to do? Explore AI guidance and assistance in real world. And art studio is a workspace for creating art, typically used by an artist, sculptor, or photographer. The art studio is a great place to relax and have fun. There are plenty of activities to keep you busy. Here is a video related to art studio. Here are the top 10 components of art studio. 1. Canvas. 2. Paint.
That's the persistent traffic. Anchor point. Now we
A
recognize.
variable speed polishing machine can polish surfaces up to 10 times faster than manual polishing, saving time and energy. The chthonic aspect symbol of the underworld, fertility and sexuality. Bronze Age Minoan civilization was a double-headed axe, which was believed to represent the power of the gods.
Imagine Louvre. How many have been at Louvre? France. Okay, quite a few. You get this for 20 euros. You get these earphones, right? And you have to go on a guided tour. And you have to be able to orient yourself from the maps. Not any longer. This persistent avatar is not stalking you, but it's following you all the step of the way. So let's say Louvre takes about, if you want to do it seriously, it takes about 12 hours. But I have 20 minutes because I have to catch a flight, and I'm only interested in Greek sculptures. And it has to be in Japanese. Konnichiwa. Meaning that I have my guide in the right language guiding me. Switch scene, hospital, emergency room. I'm a nurse. I try to learn about nursing. There's a lot of stuff that I don't know what it is. All I do is I point my phone. Everybody has a phone. 6 billion people have a phone. And EON's app. It will tell me what it is. It will show me. It tell me. It is contextual, right? So far we looked at stuff that is small objects. How about if I want to switch to a full environment? Let's have a look at that. So we're going to explore now a cafe.
What would you like to do?
Cafe at lunch.
Cafe and lounge is a relaxing atmosphere for people to enjoy food, drinks, and conversation. It is also a great place to meet new people and make new friends. When you are ready, click Continue to add a 3D model. Candle adds a touch of romance. The pillow medium is a comfortable place to rest your head. The bar stool is a great place to sit in.
So we went from sexuality to romance. I noticed that you got that one. You know, I tried to play it safe. We're in California, so I don't need to get in trouble. So romance is fine. Greek sexuality is questionable. Okay, so we did this. This is pretty simple stuff, right? Now, how do you scale this? What's next? And this is when it gets really, really exciting, right? Because so far what we've seen is that you can create stuff freestyle. Meaning that I ask whatever, honey badgers, or I can explore the real world, or I can go to the library where there's thousands and millions of assets. But what about if I don't have that strong fantasy, or I'm constrained by the regulations in California to teach certain items, right? So that's where the next exciting things, we call it, in French it's called prêt-à-porter, ready to use. So we create a prompt-based, ready to use. So let me just go through that. So here's 87 topics, right? This is technical vocational training, advanced manufacture, agriculture, fine arts, mathematics. My So let's say I assign you to create lessons about this, and you've never done virtual reality, augmented reality. Your first problem will be the following. You don't know where VR and AR make sense. So you'll do a lot of stupid things. I did a lot of stupid things. Meaning trying to use it for something you could actually use paper and pen. So the first challenge is, where is this providing an unreasonable amount of value? So that's where EON AI comes in. So what it does, you select education, you select technical vocational training, you get a bunch of choices. I pick up, well, which one would you like? I have 870 different to select from. So I say Tibet. Okay. And then within Tibet, what do you want to do? Advanced manufacturing. Now here's the magic. Out of hundreds of advanced manufacturing, I asked him, give me the 10 best ones, where VR actually provides a significant, extraordinary value. This is what he came up with. Safety manufacturing environment. And it also suggested a script, teachers, users about workplace safety, including the use of personal protective equipment, hazard identification. It suggested the objects I should pick, or it will pick for me, because it's gonna go shopping. I'm gonna be like this spoiled lady in Beverly Hills that picks the shoes and everything, and the AI shops for me. And then the environment, manufacturing facility. So, the next one is machine fundamentals, CNC machine, 3D printing basic, assembly. So it's super smart. I've been in this business for 36 years. It beats me easy to come up with better applications than I would ever come up with. Okay, so it comes up with that, but it's not enough. This script is not going to create the lessons for me. So what I do next is I ask it to learn, train, and perform. So not only is it going to teach me stuff. I was in the military in Sweden, and the way we teach is simulation-based, right? Show me what to do, let me do it myself, evaluate me. That's a simulator. A captain in an aircraft does the same, right? Learns the theory, trains with a co-pilot, and eventually has to land the aircraft in bad weather. That's it. Same thing applies here. Okay? Learn, train, perform. So here's the magic. The first thing I'm doing is I will pick the first subject, and I gave it an EON prompt. So here's the EON prompt. The red thing is the prompt. You don't have to do those prompts because we've done it for you. So it says, assume the persona of an AI-based avatar with digital body that can teach you experiences in a lesson, blah, blah, blah. Learn, train, perform. And then it puts the blue ingredients, which is the safety in manufacturing, the short version. So it's a pre-cooked formula, a recipe. And all I do is ask the computer to do this, replicate this for every single area. Got it? So, what did it come up with? Let's have a look. It selected the objects, helmet, goggles, gloves, hazard signs, emergency, the environments, manufacturing facility, workshop. The avatar show you how to wear it, how to observe hazards, how to locate safety equipment, how to follow emergency procedure. It shows and tells you what to do. Step 1, done. Step 2, it trains you. So the user is now instructed to train on the procedure themselves following the exact avatar instructions. They can interact with the environment, and if they get stuck, they get help. Remember the pilot that has to do an emergency? Same approach. And last step, perform. What's happening now is that the avatar doesn't help you any longer. You are on your own. You have to try this, and the number of correct steps, incorrect steps, unnecessary steps, overall score, and time is measured. We can certify you now. And all has been automatically created. Now, a smart person will ask now, oh yeah, that sounds good. But can this scale? How easy it is to scale to everything? Let me show you. Architecture. Architecture is about design analysis, visualization, presentation, modeling. Automotive. Carpentry. Construction. Cosmetology. Criminal justice. Hospitality. culinary arts. I can go on like this for the next 6 hours. It's endless. It's crazy. I mean, for me, that I've been in this business for a long time, it's unbelievable. I really, when I discovered this at 3 a.m. in the morning one night, when I just keep feeding it and keep giving me the results and programming everything, yeah, I don't know what to say. But it doesn't stop at lessons. You can also do labs. Labs is big. So let's look at labs. So you realize that this is a 579-page PowerPoint, so don't worry, I'm not going to... Yeah, and it's a short version of the 2000 one, because it kept doing it, right? It kept doing it. So we covered TVET, right? Then you have mathematics and science. Then you have to do social behavior. Then you have to do health and human services. Then you have to do fine arts. Then you have to do liberal arts, kinesiology, business. And then you enter into the lab, virtual lab territory. So when you enter there, you have your chemistry labs, you have your physics labs, you have your etc. You get a hang of it. I'm not going to bore you with this. Yeah, it is crazy. Now, so what's next? Let's say we do all that. What's the next thing? The next thing is to be able to do your own prompts, right? Because the rabbit hole is deep. There's always an obscure area that we cannot cover. We will cover the top 870 lessons. So if you are, how shall I say, I don't want to use the word lazy. If you are comfortable and you never want to do anything, you can just go and use the one that exists, right? And they will be good, because they will be validated by people like the ones I see in the room right now. But then you can do your prompts. So goal, what's your goal? What's your prompt context? What's your example? And everything we do, we link the virtual reality, augmented reality, the action commands with this prompt, okay? So later today, we're going to talk about enterprise, so I'm not going to spoil that for. So now that's what enabled us to look at manufacturing, energy, aerospace, security aspects, edutainment. Edutainment is interesting, by the way, because we all like games. That's the biggest industry on earth. So what more compelling than to use games to teach students? So we have that. So for example, at 5 years old, I can define, tell me about COVID-19, right? And it's going to tell me and show me in that context. Or I want to spend a day with, on July, take me back in time to July 8th, 1464, Cosimo Medici, and I was in Florence, by the way, so this is a real story. And Cosimo took me, or the avatar Cosimo, took me on a trip. So I saw Palazzo de' Medici, Duomo di Firenze, Palazzo Vecchio, and so on, and so on, and so forth. Right? This is a story, but it can be anything, right? It can be Machu Picchu, it can be, and etc. Okay. So, now comes the exciting part. You know that we can customize avatars, right? We can make him look in a special way. But how about its personality, right? Character composition. That means that not only do we select how he looks, but is he friendly? Is he empathic? Or she? Does she speak Arabic? Or Chinese? So here I define it. So, because I like Monty Python, I'm a big fan. Most young people don't know what it is, but it's super. So I asked him, assume the persona of a British professor with Monty Python humor that's obsessed to answer questions related to quantum physics. So whatever you ask him, it's going to go back to quantum physics. And then I put it to a test. Let's see what happened. So I started with quantum physics, and he was really humorous about that. And I asked why the sky is blue, obviously quantum physics. But then I asked a tough question, why are people grumpy? Very good question. You see, people can get grumpy for a variety of reasons. But one of the main reasons has to do with physics. It's called entropy. And it's an unbelievable, unavoidable part of the universe. Entropy is a measure of disorder, and includes things like fatigue, stress. So when people are feeling grumpy, it's like the universe is slowly running out of energy. I mean, the guy does look grumpy, for sure. Anyway, I even asked a question that I could never solve or wrap my... How many understand Schrödinger's cat? Okay, please explain it.
Well, to quote the Big Bang Theory, is the cat alive in the box or not alive in the box? And if it's alive in the box, does it eat cat food?
That's it, that's it. It's almost as good. I know that I'm running out of time, so I'm not going to dwell, although it's very, very satisfying to answer this question, so I think I'll do it. But he did it so perfect, right? He did it in a way that actually is accurate, humorous, and easy to grasp. So, another excellent question. Quantum physics, blah, 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 blah. This phenomena of illustrated of Schrödinger's cat, a thought experiment which suggests that a cat in a box could be both alive and dead at the same time. This means that all particles have the same potential to exist in multiple states. And so I mean, it's just brilliant. So, a problem. Let's take a problem with virtual reality. So everybody in this room believes that you can use this for medical, sir. I mean, medical, engineering, aerospace, CNC machines. But here's the guy. He wants to do MBA studies, soft skills. Okay. Up to now, the answer was, yeah, maybe. Can you show me some examples? Not really. But now we have our characters, right? We have the leader, the technician, the strategist. We define their personas, the relentless negotiator, the successful business executive, the technician, the globalist, the connector, the strategist, the manager, the facilitator, the mentor, the analysts. Now we do role play. We have animations. We have 100+ action commands. Action command is what? A movement, facial expression, body posture. Remember, 80% of communication is not verbal. So we have that. We have an ingredients of that. So now we can extract the body movement from the script that's generated by AI. Basically, Spielberg script. It tells the actor what to do, how to behave. You got it, you got it. So conflict resolution. It actually generates that role play, and then you can be enacting that. Or negotiation skills, company restructuring, board maneuvering, delegation skills, conflict resolution, project management, although I can't spell, global management, crisis management. You are in the game. And this is a real game. This is how an MBA should be provided, right? And I can, in interest of time, I'm not going to show you all those. They go on and on and on. But I'm going to go to action commands, and I think you grasped that already. So it's not only action commands, it's not only about avatars. They are also about Harry Potter. In the power vested by me, there shall be fire. The fire comes out. In fact, I didn't show you that video, but you can enact hundreds of actions. Fire, or change the weather conditions, or remove the weather effects, or set the environment gravity or physics, or modify the environment, or why not select certain travel objects, or etc., 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 etc. So that's action commands, right? So now we have a personality, we have action commands. What else? She's happy and slightly frustrated at the same time. And we have the face. Let's go further. We are almost there. Let's see, what do we think we are missing? Yes, we are missing. So far, we've used what OpenAI serves us. And let's face it, it's not bad. It read the whole internet. It's pretty good. It's more than all of us together here, if we live 1,000,000 years, will be able to learn. So it's a good start. But it's not enough, because not everything is on the internet. Siemens doesn't have their secret PDF files online. Definitely the US Defense, I hope, doesn't have that either, right? So, but if the US Defense, US Air Force, one of our customers, wants to train the AI on those specific secret scenario, we offer that. We train the AI. We train the AI in proprietary data that you can own as a creator that nobody else, and you can license. Okay? So what does that mean? You can read and interpret. You can either take text, you can take other type of things also. You can record sound, you can interpret a video. You notice that you can actually interpret the video. It will tell you. Who saw this new feature with Obama pointing on the scale? Has anyone seen that? So there's a picture of one of the secretaries standing on a scale, and Obama is behind him, pushing the foot on the scale to make him heavier. And we asked the AI, what's going on? How many people are in the room? 3 people. How many meters are? 2. What's Obama doing? He's pushing the foot on a scale. Is that funny? Why? So it knows reality in a descriptive way. So that's pretty cool, right? Now let's go. So I would say with that, of course we do always have the library. Thank you. I was supposed to speak 10 minutes, and of course I got carried away. I apologize. Everybody hates me here now, especially the guys that were supposed to present after. But I can't resist. I'm 60, and I'm like a kid in a candy store. So, and the scary part, guys, everything you've seen here is going to look ridiculous at the next EON Experience Fest next year. We just kind of laugh at it. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Okay, we're going to give you guys a little break. There's coffee and pastries out in the hallway. So if you want to stretch your legs, and then maybe back in about 5 minutes. We'll take a little short break. Great. start this company together with Dan 25 years ago this year, as you heard. And with me, virtually from Sweden, we have our CTO, Vin Sang. You want to say hello?
Oh, there's the microphone.
His mic's on. But if people talking, that computer's not playing through anymore. Remember how it was for the years?
It's good, yeah. So different from
Coming through here.
This is hard because everybody's so excited to talk to each other. You know? Absolutely, yes, exactly. I see you're ready. All right, thank you.
Okay, so let's try this again. We have Vin Sang with us now, so if you want to say hi to the audience quickly, Vin Sang. Okay. So Vin Sang is our CTO, and what we are going to do, I can get back to the right presentation here. Maybe I need your help, John, actually. It's not my computer.
Rena, I'm calling them right now. Everybody's on this.
It's a very simple phone.
I'm trying to, but it's not even going to.
Okay, let's try this again. Everyone got some coffee, so that's great. As I mentioned, I'm Mats Johansson, president of EON Reality. And with me on the next segment here is Vin Sang, our CTO from Sweden. And I'm going to start a little bit to talk about kind of the future of learning using this XR and AI technology. And now you've seen some videos that Dan shared about the amazing flexibility that's coming up. And after I'm done, Vin Sang is going to talk a little bit more about the nuts and bolts. But I thought I would start with our company purpose. As you know now, we've been around for 25 years. And foundational to our purpose is knowledge is a human right. We wanted to make available, affordable, and accessible for all. And traditionally, the biggest challenge with XR, when we started 25 years ago, and you had to explain what XR really was, no one had seen it. Once I saw it, I said, oh, this is great. This can help us tremendously. But I need 100 or 1,000 or 10,000 or all the applications, whether it's learning or industry. That was always a challenge. And of course, with the progression of EON-XR and adding AI to help speed up the development, we're going to be there very, very soon, which is super exciting. We talk about cognitive AI architecture, spatial AR, geoposition, where you now can annotate not just a virtual object, but the real world, with persistent anchoring, AI image recognition. You can do LiDAR scans to create your digital twin. You can, of course, connect with multi-user. And maybe most importantly, we have a big focus on mobile devices, because that's what 99% of the users have. As the headsets progress and so forth, we'll support and see more use of that as well. There's a large asset library, millions of assets, and of course with AI we can turn those into experience and lessons, whether it's for education, edutainment, or enterprise very quickly. And then the language models. So, what you saw in these videos is that you can start creating in direct AR mode, and you have three options. You can either create, explore, or use a library, depending on what your interest is. You see the knowledge portals created in progressive order, and of course you can, as a teacher, if you want to control, you can edit those and select exactly what you want. You can auto-generate subcomponent knowledge portals. So if you remember the chip example that Dan showed, that popped up like 10 sub-components. You can also create your annotations, either using AI image recognition, voice, or AI. You can do a show and tell, and John and Reen are going to show this live here after we're done. The prompts can help you create guided mode creation, and of course much more poses, interactions with the avatars, and so forth. So there's a lot of things that's coming up in this release that we're making available today that you saw in the videos. And if you look at the structure, and Dan shared a little bit of this already, we have the create mode, and you can still go freestyle, non-scripted, if you want to create your own experience. Or you can use the prompts, which will help you speed up tremendously, whether you're in again, education, enterprise, entertainment. And then you can go to show and tell, which we'll see an example of, or guide and assist, depending on what your needs are. And if you are not the creator, you can go directly to explore. You just start up the app and say, okay, where do we want to go today? And you kind of explore it that way. And you can quickly go from many different experiences, as we saw in one video. And this ties with guide and assist. Or, if you're just a consumer of learning, for instance, you can go directly to the library and pull up your education experience. And of course, this connects also with our marketplace, where we have great partners that are starting to contribute some amazing experiences there as well. So with that, I am going to hand the word over to Vincent. So go ahead, Vincent.
Okay, thank you, Max. Yeah, so I'm going to start by talking a bit about the product roadmap. So I think we can go to the next slide. Right, so those of you who have been in the previous event have seen the roadmap, and I would like to give you an update of where we are today. So we are working on several features in parallel here, and those features that we have highlighted in green are things that are already available today on the product. We just recently released the 9.6 update 3. So there you have a few weeks ago. So there you have the AI prompt editor, which allows you to adjust and make modifications to the prompts that we send to the AI to create the voice text, for example. As Matt has mentioned before, we can now tag the objects in the real world with the real world annotations. Also, we introduced this show and tell features where you can have an AI assistant to point to different things and also explain it at the same time. We have enabled multi-language for the AI assistant. So it's, I think we support up to 20 plus languages right now. We also added a new interaction portal for the product. So this will make it even easier to edit and modify interactions that you have created. And we also improved the preview control of those interactions. But today we are going to focus on the new features we're rolling out. They are the AI Copilot that you have seen the video of. And I'm going to talk a bit about the natural language processing they were introducing in the product, and also some other new features that we're coming out I would like to highlight. So I think we can go to the next slide, thanks. So the AI Copilot, we started this journey in the 9.6 where we introduced the AI assistant, which powered by AI, can answer any questions you can ask it. And at the end of the session, you can even get transcriptions of that conversations, and you can save it out, and then you can also edit it and create a lesson plan of it. So now we're taking the next step in these evolutions by introducing the AI system as a co-pilot. What it means is that it not only answers questions to you, but also helps you to generate content in multi-level as well, on the fly. But not only that, it can also do a presentation at the same time using a multimodal kind of way. So what we mean by that is that it can produce those multimedia presentation using in terms of voice and image and video, by the traditional presentations, right? But it can also do something that's unique about 3D and our product, and it's what we call the spatial contextual presentation, or a short, another name for that is show and tell. So what it means is that having a model, you can actually have a context, and then this AI system will be able to point out to the different, objects in that, different parts of the objects, and then at the same time also describe those parts. So you increase the, you learn the context of that object as well, and not just what it is. So in short, this will give you a very easy way to create a very engaging and interactive learning experience, but also at the same time you're learning. So you're both creating and learning at the same time. So let's look at the how this experience is designed. So I think we can go to the next slide. Right, so when we're designing this Copilot experience, we have tried to mimic how you would like to have a conversation with a real human assistant. So we want it to be conversational. It should be guided. So that means is that when you're, the AI assistant will guide you through step by step, but also it will stop at a certain point, and then it will ask for your input. So that means that you need to provide the input by either pressing using the buttons on the AI portal using the touch interface, or you can also do voice input. So what we have done is that we have using something called natural language processing. So what it means is that we're tapping into AI to analyze your voice response, what we're saying, And then what we can do is that we can distill the core essence of what you're trying to say. So this means that, for example, if the AI assistant asks, what would you like to do? You can say, for example, I think I would like to try the create mode. And then the AI will be able to know that, okay, it's the create choice that we want to choose. So it's very exciting development there. And then also what we have designed is we try to interleave the presentation with interactive segments also to make it more engaging and fun to use. And to this end, we have, identified the most common cases and created 2 types of experiences, and we call them create and explore. So let's take a look at the create experience. So for this experience, you need to first select the subject of interest, and then the AI assistant will go ahead and generate the multimedia presentation of that chosen subject. And then you can explore this content on your own pace. Or you can, when you're ready, you can continue and add a 3D model to learn more about this subject. And one new thing about this is that we have introduced something that's called 2D image placeholder. So if you cannot find a 3D object, you can use a 2D image instead. So the lack of 3D object would no longer prevent you to create your experience. So after the 3D object is added, it will go ahead and then do a analyze of the subject. Using AI, it will discover and generate a list of suitable sub-elements for this topic. And then we will run a short presentation of those elements to give you an even better learning experience. And then when it's done, then you can go and discover those elements yourself also, because we have already populated the lesson with the sub-elements and information about those. So you can look through each one of them and pick those that you're interested, and then it will run the multimedia presentation of that element as well. And finally, when you're done with the learning experience, you can test your knowledge by trying out the locate, identify, and quiz assessment that we have generated for you using AI to get a answer at the end of this. Okay, so let's take a look at the other one, which is, we call it explore. So this experience is tailored for the user to discover and explore and learn from the real environment. So it starts by giving you a guided process to set up the persistent anchor. After this is done, you can simply just walk up to any object that you are interested in and then start to annotate it. As soon as you have annotated an object, the AI system will start to generate a presentation of that subject. And like the great experience, it can also add the sub-elements of that subject. This is what we call the multi-level content creation. And in case you don't have, you don't have a clue about what this object is, what you can do is that you can use the camera AI function to take a picture of that object, and then we would do a visual search using AI to try to recognize and analyze what it is, and then you're giving you a choice to choose the correct name for that. So all in all, this will give you a experience where you can, create this one, and then you can geo-track it. So what it means is that when the content is saved, and then you revisit it the same place again, it will know where you are and then pull up those, tags that you have placed before on the same location, and they will appear on exactly the same place as before. Yeah, so I think go to the next one, please. So to summarize, the key benefits of this new pilot experience is that we're creating the content on the fly using AI. Now this is very powerful because what we can do is that we can tailor the content dynamically for different audience and different age groups by simply just changing the prompts that we send to the AI. This is a coming feature that we are planning for the next iteration. And the multimedia presentation is, very engaging. And then you can also, what we have done is that we are sending this content in a, sequential order so that prevent you to be overloaded by information. And as I mentioned before, another unique experience is that you can use this, what we call spatial contextual learning. So basically, you are not just learning what something is, but also where they are located and their relationship to other objects and parts. And also, an important thing is that we are using AI to discover and find the sub-elements for you, so that you can get a better understanding of the subject that way. So yeah, and in summary, it also can, when you're learning this, you can also create this lesson at the same time. So this is one of the more useful things. So basically, you look at just consuming a presentation, and at the end of that sessions, you already have an experience that you can, continue to edit or modify, and then you can also share it with other people. Yeah, so that's a little bit about the Pilot. And also I would like to just mention a few things about other features that we are rolling out. So one of them is the custom content in the knowledge portal. So now you can add your own image or video to your experience, something that maybe is unique and you can find it on the internet. Another important thing is that we are supporting annotations from SketchUp models. So, not every sketch model has annotation, but if it has, then we will be able to automatically import that. And then this can be used for the show and tell and also for the automatic assessment and generations. And lastly, we have upgraded the AI system to use the latest model from the AI engine, which is called ChatGPT. What it means is that now the AI assistant will have it's context aware. So it means that if you ask a question and then you follow up with another question, you don't need to repeat the whole question because it knows the context and can answer you correctly. So yeah, I think that's it for I think that's the last slide.
Yep. Thank you, Vincent.
Yep.
Really appreciate it. Okay.
I think we should give Vincent a round of applause.
Yep.
Vincent and the team leaders are the real heroes, the real brains, right? That humbles me every time when I talk to them. So thank you, Vincent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, John. Okay, so I hope that gave you a little bit more kind of background from what you saw in Dan's presentation. And by the way, if you have deeper technical questions, we have EON in the back here. Maybe you can wave EON. He runs our global development team. So Sang works in his team, and if you have more technical questions, you can check with him. So let me introduce now John Green and Dr. Rena Waltzinger they're going to show you a little bit of the show and tell and guide and assist that we kind of mentioned. So, yes.
Well, hi everyone. My name is John Green, the Director of XR Experiences at EON, and we're going to do a brief demonstration to show you a hands-on activity, what we're talking about here, how does it work practically. And I have my colleague, Dr. Rena Wolzinger.
Hey everybody, it's really great to see you in person. I know we've been Zooming and everything for a couple of years, and so thanks for being here, and it's an honor to be in front of all of you today, and hope you're excited as excited as we are about the integration of AI and XR.
Great, thank you. So I have a little juggling act with the microphone and the iPad all at once, so I'm going to try to improvise here. But you'll have a really good experience to see how this all works practically. So I'm going to grab hold of the iPad and I'm going to put the mic here. She's going to test the video here. Okay, where am I going to sing? No requests? Okay, can you hear me okay? What's in the bag? You're all wondering. The secret. Okay, test. Can you hear me? Okay, I'll just talk like this. That way? All right, I'll start going, and then we'll get the microphone going. I'm casting my iPad, as you can see. So we're going to create an experience together. Picture this. You're a medical student. You're cramming for an exam in 2 weeks. You're going to be placed into an environment where you're going to have to name, describe, and show certain procedures. And you're reading about the process. You're at home. You're preparing for the exam. So now you have EON on your hands. Let's see what you can do to prepare for this exam. So let's go to Create. I'm going to the Metaverse Builder. And I'm going to place my avatar that's going to guide me.
What do you want to learn about today?
Intubation. Okay, so you have to learn about the intubation procedure, and we're going to show you how the AI can assist you through this learning journey, this learning process. And
I'm your AI guy. You can ask me anything.
Okay, we're going to start interacting with this AI. We're going to ask questions. We're going to do a Q&A, and automatically these knowledge portals will pop up. You see the intubation tools, and all of a sudden these portals will pop up where I'm going to see a video, image, as well as audio related to these intubation tools. So I can play these videos, I can learn more about that. Let's go inside the environment. Here we are. In this place where in 2 weeks we're going to have to name all these parts. We're going to have to know what these do. Well, I'm going to lean on my specialist here, AI assistant, to learn more about these tools. Describe to me the intubation procedure. Okay.
The intubation procedure involves inserting a tube into the patient's mouth and down their throat in order to allow them to breathe during surgery.
All right, so all this information is going to be saved to a report that I can access later. Let me start digging a little further. Describe to me the tools used in the intubation procedure.
The tools used in the intubation procedure are a laryngoscope, a tube, and a syringe.
So you can see how it identifies the tools inside of the environment. So I can name it, I can continue asking additional questions about this experience. Let me have one more question. What machines are necessary for the intubation procedure?
I will be sure to provide a detailed response. The machines necessary for the incubation procedure are an incubator, a water bath.
Let me ask that again. Which machines are necessary for the intubation procedure?
I will gather all the necessary information for you.
Here we go.
The machines necessary for the intubation procedure include an anesthesia machine, a ventilator, and a suction machine.
Okay, so they're asking me for a ventilator. Let's say I'm missing the ventilator. Let's go find the ventilator. Medical. Ah, I found my medical ventilator. Here it is. And now I can place this down anywhere in the environment. Now you can see how I just immediately loaded that ventilator right in here, and I can move it around the space. Tell me about the medical ventilator.
A medical ventilator is a machine that helps a person breathe by moving breathable air into and out of the lungs.
Okay, so we can see it places anywhere. Let's start building some assessments. Let's say I'm preparing for a test. I want my students to come in here and do the same procedure that I'm doing. Now I'm going to start building some experiences. Oh, there's an ultrasound machine. Well, let's add some, let's say, what if that machine malfunctions? Let me click on there. What if there's, that would be chaos. So what happens if there's smoke coming out of that machine? And I will place that smoke right in there. Now I can go into my tools. Okay, now let's do a quiz. What happens if that procedure malfunctions? What would you do? I can create a quiz. I can create a quiz on these exact procedures. I can do a 3D recording, identify, locate. Let's do a 3D recording where I record my own voice in a procedure. Okay, students, listen up. Step by step, we're going to do the following procedures. Step 1, we're going to take the breathing bag and place it right over there. Step 2, we're going to take the learning scope, and I'm going to move over here, place it over here, and step 3, let's activate the breathing bag. Place it right on there. So I'll pause the recording, and that will upload a file, and now I can play it back. You can see how my students... Okay, students, listen up. Step by step, we're going to do the following procedures. Step 1, we're going to take the breathing bag and place it right over there. Step 2, we're going to take the learning scope, and I'm going to move over here, and place it over here. And step 3, let's activate the breathing bag. Place it right. So you can see how easy the creation process is, how we can create content on the fly. As a student, I could be learning this content, create that, send it to my teacher to evaluate my steps, listen into my procedure, or it could be me as the teacher creating a step-by-step process that my students will try to replicate and copy, and you can assess how well they did in that process. Okay, I'm going to do one more procedure here. Let me place that environment to the side. And now, let's move to the real world. I have a CPR infant mannequin. As part of my test, I need to learn how to do a CPR procedure on this mannequin. Well, we're working with the Metaverse Builder. We can mix the virtual with the real world environment. Let's set an anchor down. So why am I setting the anchor? This will allow me to tag objects in the real world. It's the geospatial positioning. Okay, it's going to process this anchor. Yes, just take a picture. Hit save. And now, notice how I can label the real world. CPR infant mannequin. Annotate. I can move the annotations around. Yeah, a couple more. Chest. Oh, I'll do that. Chest. If that happens, we always have the keyboard. There's a cheat sheet. And one more. Mouth. Okay. Let's call up
describe to me the CPR procedure on an infant.
CPR on an infant should be done with 2 fingers placed in the center of the infant's chest, just below the nipple line. The compression rate should be at least 100 compressions per minute.
So you can see how I can start asking questions, learn about the process, and even in this section here, I can come and add a label. CPR infant. Okay, let's add it with media content. Now I can browse images, I can go to videos, I can go to upload PDF documents. Let's add a video or image. I can look at videos. Right here, here's an infant CPR process. Let's go ahead and add that. And now I have knowledge portals floating.
CPR for infants is different than for adults, as it requires 2 fingers to be used instead of the full hand.
So you can see how we just integrated the virtual world. I can go from one environment right to the real world. I also can scan this model, send it to my students. My students get at home, take time to build the content, add knowledge portals. Then once they get to the real world and they see all that, they can just overlay all the knowledge portals they've added and place it right on top of the mannequin. And all the contextual information comes up, making learning fun, easy, and really engaging. So Rena will move over here, and hopefully that gives you a good idea how we integrate conceptual AI into these experiences. And then we'll show some additional videos. Okay.
Thank you, John.
Okay, so real fast, John's going to run a video that I did in my studio. A lot of you know I'm a professor of audio engineering, and one of the things that are really hard to teach online in Zoom is this. How do you use all these buttons on an audio mixer? And I was sitting here on my camera, like, I don't know, when started teaching at home, so I did a demo in my own studio, and this is how I teach now. So go ahead and run that, John, and I'll talk about what I did here. In this lesson, we're going to learn about the home recording studio. The learning outcomes for this lesson are to learn about the basic components in a home recording studio so that you can record in your own space.
And in this episode, we will be looking at the Mackie HR824 Mark II.
So this includes things like your headphones, your mic preamplifier. This is a cloud lifter, making your dynamic microphone louder using a 48-volt signal. Also, how do you plug in so many things into a laptop? So this is a little video about a Thunderbolt dock, plugging all of the different components from your studio into your laptop. Now we're looking at different microphones. This is a Blue Yeti Pro, and I'm actually talking in a Shure SM7B dynamic microphone.
That's your XLR port right there. Now some people may be thinking, well, how do you connect a shock mount to this thing? And to be honest, you don't really need one because there is an internal air suspension system.
So now let's look at some of the things that you can record in your studio. This is my studio. I have guitars, basses, amplifiers, and other types of microphones for things like vocals and strings or horns. This is one of my favorites, the Shure KSM32.
Everything that's coming through that.
Another microphone that I use for live performances, the Shure SM58.
Most people, one of the first ones that will pop into your head is the Shure SM58, one of the best-selling microphones of all time.
Very important thing is to have no reverb in your studio or minimize the reverb. So I do use acoustic wall panels that I recommend to all students in their home studio.
I'm your AI guide. You can ask me anything.
Now we have some prompts.
You will need a computer with a sound card, recording software, a microphone, and an instrument.
Tell me about the Shure SM7B microphone.
The Shure SM7B is a professional-grade microphone that is often used in studios for recording vocals and instruments. It has a wide frequency response and a high SPL, sound pressure level, rating, making it ideal for capturing loud sounds. The SM7B also has a built-in pop filter and low-cut filter, which helps to reduce unwanted noise and improve the overall sound quality.
So you can see as it's finishing playing there, it's a complex thing to teach. And what I have my students do now is go ahead and hook up their things at home. They can label all the parts, add those annotations just by talking. And it's a completely different learning experience now because now everybody is building their own, every sound engineer has their own board, their own equipment, their own microphones, but we can, I'm able to teach them. They're able to share that with me, the instructor, and with other students really easily. But not only that, teaching this subject is complicating, as many of you know, different kind of cameras and microphones and all the various things about it. With the AI assistant, you can just ask it what are the differences, what are the best microphones to use for recording different instruments and so forth, and what are the connections in that studio. So I just thought I'd share that with you, a real-life experience that I use for teaching today. So thank you.
Okay. Switch here. Thank you guys.
Okay, great. We're almost at lunch, and I'm going to invite some co-presenters here. So Frank and Keith, if you want to join me up here.
Yay.
And we're going to do a little abbreviated version of the enterprise presentation. EON has, over its 25-year history, worked many years in enterprise training. And we're going to talk a little bit about that because we think with the new developments with AI and prompt, etc., you'll be able to apply this in enterprise on a much broader scale than before. So with me here, let me introduce Keith Waltzinger. He's a 777 pilot from American Airlines, and he's going to talk about aerospace. He's got a wealth of experience there. I have Frank Bottorff, who's Director of Business Development for the Eastern United States with EON Reality. And then we have Rick Ferree. He's Director of Business Development for West Coast, South and Latin America. And once we get going here, we have 6 areas that we have selected specifically to focus on enterprise. And I think even if you're an education user, we know how important the outreach to enterprise is for you, so we think this should be interesting. So we're going to talk about manufacturing as one area, energy, aerospace, healthcare, tourism, hospitality, and security defense. And this is a little slide that was provided by one of our power users, and they've been a customer since the early 2000s, believe it or not. It's a large compressor manufacturer called Atlas Copco. And they did this study when they looked at, one was a virtual trainer, and when they used the virtual reality versus classical training, they could see cost savings of over 60% and speed up the training 3 times faster. You can put through a lot more people with a simulator versus maybe 1 or 2 of the actual compressors. And then they looked at AR, basically bringing augmented reality to the field, to service technicians, and cost savings over 92%. And this is their numbers, not ours. And you might say, that sounds crazy, how can it be so much? Well, if you can move all the AR to the field, you don't need training centers or equipment or anything. So it's huge cost savings. And also a speed up in terms of time. These are some of the customers that we have worked with over the years. And with that, I'm going to give the word to Frank a little bit to talk about manufacturing.
Hello, everyone. I think I'll just stay right here and yeah. So one of the things I wanted to point out right away is I don't speak your language. I speak Southern, so I don't speak like y'all do out here. But happy to give you kind of a quick overview of some of the specific, when we think of this technology, I know John and Rena did a great job of giving you some practical applications, and I think trying to get this further out into the real world is what we're going to talk about right now. So as far as some of the, manufacturing covers a lot of different industries. So this could be in automotive, textile, consumer goods, construction, food and beverage, as you can see here, pharmaceutical and electronics. Now we're going to break out aerospace separately, so we're going to talk about that in a few minutes. So what are some of the applications within these industries that could utilize this technology? And when you think about this type of technology, assembly and maintenance or maintenance repair operations, those are kind of all mixed together there. Being able to show how certain, especially if there's a conveyor belt system or something like that, the assembly line process. Safety training, we talked about, Dan earlier talked about the PPEs and identifying the appropriate protection equipment to go out onto the manufacturing floor. Operator training, a lot of these are very sophisticated pieces of equipment. You need to be able to make sure you're training the employees appropriately. As far as remote collaboration, that's another one where, as a matter of fact, I've got a specific customer that had utilized this. They had about 180 plants around the world, especially in the COVID world, trying to, and their equipment was manufactured in Germany. Well, they couldn't fly people out immediately. It would take 2 weeks of quarantine just to get them into the country. So being able to remotely have some assistance in trying to troubleshoot, that was a huge benefit for them. And of course, now they're rolling that out further in their day-to-day operations, even after the lockdowns of COVID. And as far as I wanted to show one example, forklift. I thought that was a interesting one. That every manufacturing scenario has typically forklifts moving things around. Yeah, it says.
The control center is the main operation handle for the forklift. Make sure to be standing on the dead man's. The operation of the forklift will stop if you come up. The forks are intended to pick up pallets. The control switch will raise you to the proper height for getting merchandise that is high. The pallet grabber will secure the pallets. Use the release pedal to release the pallet when it's safely in its new location.
Okay, we are running a little short on time, so we'll continue here. Thank you, Frank. Let's see if I can
Just escape.
forward. Escape? Okay, thank you.
Rick?
Let me do that. I got it. Okay, I just need you to approach. So since we're running a little bit short, well, we're going to cover this fairly quickly, as I said, and then if there's interest, we'll make all these presentations available, so you can watch all the videos, etc. Energy is an area that I've spent a lot of time in. I actually worked in the North Sea early in my career with a lot of offshore energy production, oil and gas in that case, which is one area. Chemicals, renewable energy, nuclear power, energy storage, just to mention a few. In terms of applications, safety is often first and foremost when you talk to this industry. But they're also similar to manufacturing, operator training, maintenance, repair, remote collaboration, hazard identification, etc. And I'm going to show one example here, which is a wind turbine.
Wind turbine manufacturer. The turbine is designed to generate electricity from the wind and is used in both onshore and offshore wind farms. The turbine has a rated capacity of up to 5.x MW and can generate up to 15,000 MWh of electricity per year. The turbine is equipped with a direct drive system.
Okay. We'll move on here to aerospace, and I'll give the word to Keith.
Hey everybody, Captain Keith Walsinger, very happy to be with you today. We're going to show a video that we created just about 10 days ago and describe how EON can integrate with aviation training. Real quick, since we're talking about education, how many here have ever traveled on an airplane? Can you raise your hand? Okay. How many here are licensed pilots? Okay, so a few less. How many have ever thought, or dare we say, dreamed of learning to fly? A lot. Okay, so here we are. Here's a Boeing 777, and when you go through airline training, it takes a long time. It's very intensive, and in the old days, it was a lot of manuals stacked like this that we had to learn. Today, we have an iPad with all the training materials on it. And as you're going to see here, this is going to be the next step in how we're going to start training. So let's run this. This was on an actual departure that we did. And we've used the EON Show and Tell to label some of the items that we find in the 777 cockpit.
might recognize the guy on the left.
You might recognize the guy on the left. Maybe we can advance a little bit. Oh, we can bring up the portals of information. We can talk about system and then bring up the information, bring up PDFs. I think somewhere on here we have a Boeing checklist on how to do a procedure on the aircraft. So we go through anything you need. The flight management system, we have a little short lesson evaluation on how to start the airplane. That's the first thing, right? How to get the thing started. And then you can evaluate so that a student would be able to identify the switches that are necessary to get the airplane started. And then they can go through and have an exam where you have to identify the correct switch and the correct order to get the airplane started. We can fast forward about halfway through. Okay, so here we're identifying parts of the aircraft to get the engine started. We have a fuel control switch. It has two positions, cut off and run. Obviously, we're going to start the engine, we're going to put it to the run position. There's an automatic engine starting system, so you turn the switches to the correct position. The computerized engine starting system starts up the engines automatically, and if there's a fault, it automatically shuts the engines down. And these are some of the faults that will occur that would cause the engine to self-shut down. And get to the end maybe real quick. So here's the assessment. There's some more labeling, and this is my favorite. So we did this with a 360 degree camera. So we place it on the pedestal and get a very good look at the displays, and then you can overlay, using AI, the detailed information about each switch, what it does, and how you use it. So, as we say in a nutshell, that's a little quick take a look at the cockpit of the Boeing 777. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Keith. Really appreciate it. Now we're going to go to Rick, who's going to talk about healthcare and highlight one of the local partners here a little bit.
Absolutely. So first, starting out, looking at some of the areas of healthcare that we've worked in. Medical and nursing schools. We've worked in hospitals. We've worked with pharmaceuticals, medical device companies, health insurance. Next one. I'm going to walk through just 3 examples, and then I'm going to let one of our partners, Children's Hospital of Orange County, talk about their journey with EON briefly. So John showed some of this, bringing in different models of the human body, being able to blow them up, take them apart, have an AI walk you through the significance of different diseases. One of our partners, Focus Medica, actually has 415 ready-to-go models and lessons that they leverage our marketplace to roll out to our different partners. With medical devices, you can use a digital twin to bring in a model and upload that. Let's say you're Canon Medical and you have a new MRI device. You can, before you even manufacture that device, you can bring in that model and start to train your workers on it. In an AR example, you can overlay, as we've seen on many examples that Frank showed, digital context giving real-time direction for maintenance workers in a remote setting or just physically in front of the machine. And one of our new partners in Costa Rica, the largest private hospital group, this is one of their key components that they want to leverage our technology for. And then lastly, patient education. So we'll show the video from Chalk. It basically talks about their journey with EON, what they did before EON, how they leveraged EON, and then talks about the results that they saw.
And to really allow them to feel a sense of control and autonomy when coming for their MRI appointment.
Hi everybody, I'm Dr. Morty. I am the Chief of Cardiology at Children's Hospital of Orange County.
I'm Ramin. I'm one of the third-year pediatric residents at CHOP.
We wanted to talk about the process of creating our 3D art modules that we use for patient education. We started off in our clinic, and sometimes what we use for parents is a drawing that explains what the normal heart looks like, and then we make changes in order to describe to our patients and our families the congenital heart problems that they're dealing with. About 1.5 years ago, we were able to, with EON Reality, and they gave us a presentation on the ability to make the EON learning modules for our patients and for students. And so we decided to work with them, and that's where Lorraine came in and worked with the team to create the learning module. The end result was amazing, and Lorraine, you've been using it for parents already, and how's that been going?
Yeah, it's been great. They've been responding really well to these modules. I've actually been taking pre and post surveys after using the modules with the parents, and most of them actually prefer it to the traditional style of teaching, the paper presentations, and just on drawing out the heart and explaining the lesion. So it's overall really has good response from the parents.
We're designing a suite of.
So that's just one module that they created of many in one use case, but they can share with you many more. They were supposed to be here today, but we'll share their results with you in the presentation.
Thank you, Rick. Speeding up here so we catch up a little bit. We have some presenters that have a hard stop by now, so I'm almost done. But I'm just going to touch on tourism, hospitality. As you've probably seen, when you can annotate the real world, this has tremendous applications in that industry. Whether it's hotels, resorts, airlines, travel agencies, attractions. And you can imagine, interactive city tours, virtual museum tours, or artifact tours, etc., even in sports, etc. And then finally, in security and defense, we're currently working on a request around the Olympics that's coming up in France. That's geared towards the general public to recognize threats, for instance, but there are other areas like emergency response, cybersecurity, and of course, number of applications in this area. So this was a little bit more compressed, but I think we'll stop there just to give you a flavor of what's coming with enterprise. And I think with this, we're going to have lunch, correct, Britta? No? Who's coming up?
We have LACC.
We have LACC, sorry. So LACC will invite you up and reshuffle the tables here a little bit. So thank you. Okay, so while we get the presentation ready here, I'll introduce Dr. Gallagher. She's the president of Los Angeles City College, one of our power users here in Southern California. And they've rolled this out with a lot of faculty, about 2,000 students, if my memory serves me right. And they've created, even before AI, created over 1,000 applications, I believe, in different areas. And then we also have Marcy Drummond. She's VP of Innovation and
Economic and social mobility.
yeah, that's too much for me.
That's a lot.
So thank you. So with that, I'll hand the word over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mance. Really appreciate it. It's great to be here with you this morning. We, actually this is afternoon now. We want to share with you what we have been doing at City, some data that we have, and the process that we used. So Marcy really has spearheaded this effort. We are hoping to get through the presentation so we can take your questions afterwards, and we can be available for any questions that you have beyond this meeting if you have any questions. We've been collaborating across the country with other educational institutions, so we want to be able to share what we've done. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Marcy now, and she's going to start with a video that we put together, because part of it is the education component for everyone.
Okay, so now we have to do the trick with the...
Sorry.
Do the microphone.
Don't hear anything.
You have to set it for... You have to go in some seconds, and it has to be down seconds to the loudspeaker. Oh, it's not a Mac.
It's not a Mac.
Yeah. I think Marcy is better because we are both Mac people. Sorry for that. There you go. And set it just to play on the device. There you go. And master volume now. Speaker should be this. Yeah, it's okay. Look, really. There you go.
Okay.
Very good.
Let's try this again.
Okay, this is also very good. Okay, this is okay. Okay, try again.
So we're all always trying to look for innovative ways and creative ways to help students achieve their educational and career goal. And virtual reality is a great platform to get those students involved.
At LACC, we are committed to providing all students the opportunity to engage in immersive learning experiences. City is a faculty-driven approach whereby immersive learning content and experiences are created by faculty that are high quality, accessible, and promote equitable outcomes. The most amazing thing about XR is that students will be able to access rare content, content that is typically very costly, and content that is quite frankly difficult to access. Imagine that they'll be able to fully engage with this type of instructional and learning material at their fingertips.
The ability to put AR models in the space students are in, for students to use their phone as a viewport to move through a space, the physicality of walking around directly engaged, so they're in control of how they move into space. So it's the difference if you're an art teacher going to be showing them a picture of a sculpture and taking them to the sculpture to explore it freely in 3 dimensions. I can do the same thing with chemistry. I want to show them a picture of the molecule. I want to take them to the molecule. I want them to have the molecule 6 feet high in front of them so they can explore it from all angles, and that's only possible here.
In healthcare, you're exposing students to the actual clinical environment that they hope to work in one day. They don't have access to that from a basic classroom. So you're giving them that bridge, or that filling that gap between the basic foundational knowledge you're learning in the classroom and linking that to the actual career they want to enter.
Medicity has provided coaches for faculty as well as individuals who help to create objects that faculty may need in their
bring a class in so that they can do something in XR. A group of students can meet in a smaller group so together they can develop something in XR in the maker space. What learners will be looking for is to be able to access content how they want, when they want, and where they want. That's how they access entertainment content now. I believe it will be the same for educational content. So we have to respond, and that is forward thinking on delivering things such as XR so that they can access information and education anywhere, anytime.
So that's the what we put together to show. So now we've taken what we've done on the road and we're starting to demo.
Okay, so what you saw in the video were lessons that were created by our faculty. Because we're educators, we always sort of start with the research science. It's very intuitive that one of the lessons you did see was this is how the instructor typically teaches that chemistry lesson in 2D. And then you see the model that the instructor actually built, which is the 3D molecule that actually got animated. And so, we naturally experienced the world in 3D. Before, students had to try to translate in their head what this 2D model might look like into a 3D model. Once we were able to do this using EON-XR, then students actually got to experience what the model looks like in the real world. And there's a study right there that we put in there around the difference between learning in 3D versus 2D. You saw the data also about the use of AR and actually the impact that it has on the brain and why it immediately stimulates the brain with a surprise response. We think this is one of the reasons why it immediately increases student engagement. And then what they are learning, they have very higher visual attention, which enables them to encode what they're learning into memory at a rate 70% higher. This is data from comparing traditional learning in a classroom to using VR in the classroom, very similar to the results that Matt shared with you earlier around using VR in training. One of the things that we wanted to know is sort of how fast is the market going to grow and is there really an appetite for this? So we've been doing some market analysis, gathering data for several years now and have been monitoring it, and it's growing faster than our initial projections said. So basically, this was a study that was done last year by McKinsey & Company trying to find out what consumers' appetites were for the metaverse. And as you can see, 59% of the consumers actually prefer at least one activity that they use typically in their daily life in an immersive world. But for education, 72% of them prefer to learn using in an immersive environment than in a traditional classroom. People were asked, are you going to join the metaverse? And what reasons would compel you to do so? And you could see that number 4 was for education purposes. Last but not least, and I have a flyer, by the way. Was there a question on that?
No, I was just taking a picture.
Okay, and I have a flyer that I'll distribute that has this data in it as well. And then last but not least, this was the projections for the ed tech investments in the marketplace. And you can see AR, VR is outpacing the AI, but with the integration of AI, I guess you can combine those two figures and get something that's more realistic about what we've seen today. As I said, we've been collecting this data, so there was some more recent growth that we had data on, and now we have all the projected. And as far as education goes, these ones I put in red are really important to us. By 2023, in the U.S. alone, it'll be estimated there'll be 176 million users already using AR, VR. And then the AR, VR market is projected to reach 1.2 trillion by 2035. By the way, that 2035 figure came from a McKinsey & Company study, and they recently updated it. It was lower in July of 2022, and they recently increased it in January because the market was growing faster than they had initially had projected. So, you saw this earlier from Dan's comment about how we've gone from user-created When we first started looking at AR/VR as an educational institution, we basically said, well, there are 3 routes we can go. We can hire a company to completely customize our content and our learning for our, what we're using in education. We can buy something that's pre-built, and zSpace and HoloHuman, and many educational institutions are familiar with those. Or we can go the 100% user-created method where, we're just training people on coding, how to code and create these things. And the nice thing about EON-XR is, and now with AI, there's a whole other category, but we loved it because it was in that sweet spot where you could use pre-built content, involve the user or the creator, which is our faculty, into developing educational content. So far, we've found that the use cases in education are limitless, both inside and outside of the classroom. We have used them in over 65 different subjects so far. And you can see, the faculty are getting very creative in how they are using EON-XR to develop content, and there's some quotes there. One thing we are finding too is that faculty are changing their language. So one thing they are saying, which I've never heard faculty say before, is like, when I start to build a lesson, what is the experience I'm trying to create for students? What is the story I'm trying to tell? And these are not words, we've talked about what is the knowledge I'm trying to impart, but now they're thinking about all of the ways in which a student would interact with content and with materials to create a really rich sort of learning environment for students. Did you want to jump in anytime, Mary, if you want to add anything?
Keep going. I mean, I can say 1,000,001 things, but I'll let you keep going.
In the U.S., it's March Madness, which is our big basketball tournament, and I used to coach basketball. So one of the things I know about basketball is that to be a championship team, you really need to focus on the fundamentals first. That enables you to scale and to get to excellence quickly. So these were the fundamentals we focused on when we first started using XR. We really knew we had to provide extensive support for our faculty. So we put together a very robust professional development program. We have a team of coaches, and now we've expanded that to include their peer mentors. So faculty have gone through the program, created content, are now also peer mentors. Our coaches are actually professionals. They have not only do they know how to use the EON-XR platform and create content, but they have specialized knowledge. One, for example, has a lot of experience around creating accessible content for people with hearing and visual limitations. They are put into peer groups, and they review each other's lessons and help each other build lessons. And we have a quality, we provide them with all the equipment that they need. And we do a lot around intellectual property training as well as compliance. Every lesson is mapped to the student learning outcomes. We've developed a lesson quality review. So every lesson, I say, gets peer reviewed by their peers against this quality rubric. We do a lot around accessibility and how to do assessments. And then you saw the picture of our MetaCity Makerspace that's going to be opening any day now. That is happening. So in 1 year, because we focused on these basics, this is what we were able to do in 1 year. So we have 123 faculty and staff that have been trained and are using EON-XR. Those faculty, as of the end of January, had created 968 lessons that have been consumed more than 12,000 times. So we were able to grow exponentially, and I do believe not only is it because of the ease of the EON-XR platform, but because we did focus on those fundamentals. Over 1,800 students have used AR/VR lessons so far. And then the students also have an option to earn a digital badge. There's a little mini course they can take on the use of EON-XR and AR/VR. And 635 of them on their own, not required as part of a class, have gone and done that. So the student appetite for learning more and more about AR/VR or XR is huge. And there's a quote from our student. This is what faculty have said. Going into using XR education, they said before they got to experience it, we asked them, why are you interested, and what do you think the advantages of using XR are? And you can see the 3 basic advantages they came up with there. Then after they used it, we asked them exactly what happened. So this is why you wanted to use it. What did you actually achieve with students. And you can see student engagement is by far #1. They saw huge gains in student engagement. They also saw increased performance on tests and tasks, and they also measured increased retention in learning. So we experienced through the use of this exactly what studies tell you should experience. And then last but not least, we asked faculty about, we have things called student learning outcomes. So every course has identified student learning outcomes. So we asked about, did it improve the performance on those student learning outcomes? And 79% of the faculty said indeed it did. I know I went fast because I know we're trying to make up time, but at this point, we'd like to open it up for any questions that people might have. Okay, we'll start over here.
So what kind of other equipment, so iPads, but what kind of, are you guys using Oculus or any kind of AR glasses?
Yes, we're using, for sure, iPads because of the LiDAR technology when we scan objects. They have a 360 camera. The Oculus headsets, various, that sort of equipment for the creation of content. So every faculty member gets to check those out. They're all given an iPad, so they don't have to check out an iPad, that's theirs. But then they share the cameras because not everybody needs them all the time. So we have an inventory that faculty can check out. Our biggest challenge has been around the student equipment. I'll have to say that. This has not been without challenges. Our students are struggling a little bit with the technology because we have very low, a majority of our students are very low income. So they may be using older mobile phones. So we now have equipment available in our library and also in the MetaCity makerspace for students who may not have the technology they need to operate this. Or they also have low-speed internet, so there's some issues sometimes there for our students. Yes?
A couple of education-oriented questions. Are these lessons used in a flipped classroom setting, or are they used in a traditional lecture homework setting?
All of the above. So they are used, some of our students are 100% online. So so all of the lessons are integrated with our learning management system. We use Canvas. And so an instructor will assign an assignment and it will launch the XR lesson. Sometimes it'll be used by a faculty member during a live lecture or an online lecture to demonstrate things. Sometimes it's used in a flipped setting where students, for example, in our auto examples, a lot of our faculty love this for safety. So they'll have the students do a safety demonstration first in a flipped sort of modality, and then actually take them in the actual lab once they've had that safety orientation in an XR mode. So that they used to spend a lot of time on safety, and now they've really reduced the amount of time they have to spend on safety in this manner. Yes, in the back.
What funding is used to fund this program?
This goes to Dr. Gallagher.
Well, one of the bright spots in the pandemic was that educational institutions received additional funding to use toward the technology needed for this. Prior to receiving the federal funding that we did receive, we had pitched this to several foundations. So we had already been on the road pitching this idea to get a grant to be able to do this. Because we knew that in order to do this and do this well, it would take an investment. And we knew what the investment would be, and we knew that if it would take us 10 years if we didn't do something. So as soon as the HERF money came in, we carved off the top what we needed to get this moving. We also shifted gears in how we were doing it. We had a very, very slow start initially because we kind of didn't really know how to do it, frankly. We were guessing on how to do it. So we decided to hire, we're in Hollywood, we're located in Hollywood. So we decided to hire a couple of young filmmakers because they know how to take something that's in a book or even an idea that they have and make it come to life. So we hired them plus a technical person who understood the integration with the learning management system and the accessibility. We put the three of them together and they made magic for us is what they did. And we were able to create training modules for faculty and for students so that, and we will make those available for people to just go ahead and sign up to get the training because it really gets us started well. And it's been the reason that we could accelerate and handle 50 faculty per semester. We've got our third cohort of 50 faculty going through right now.
Yes. So what is your annual budget for this? It's all about money, right?
Our initial investment, what we set aside for our initial investment was $3 million. Because understand, we had no equipment, we had no personnel. You know, you can't do this, give somebody this as an extra job because it won't get done, right? So we just really decided, I have a philosophy, go big or go home. And we just decided we're going to jump in with both feet and swim. And so our initial investment was about $3 million. Our annual investment is come down to under $1 million and closer to $500,000. It is because we do pay faculty to develop the content. They have to meet certain milestones and benchmarks and create, this gets assessed, it's peer reviewed, so they don't just get a check because they created something. It has to be something that is good for the students, but the annual investment we expect to be $500,000, and it ebbs and flows with equipment replacement that we need. But remember, we had to create a lab in our library. We created a makerspace, so we did a big investment initially, but the ongoing we think will be very manageable.
I also think our initial costs were higher because, you know, we were kind of pioneering this. So there's a learning curve, and with that comes some costs. So there are ways we could bring those costs down now that we know what we know. That wouldn't be, you know, requires that huge of an investment up front. Yes.
You brought up a great point. How important and how pivotal is the makerspace in relationship to the virtuality kind of thing that you do?
Well, for us, the truth and reality of it is we don't need a makerspace, but we want a place that's just this wow place that makes everybody want to engage with this, because we know, I knew the very first time I ever experienced virtual reality, Rick, you'll remember this, this was 5 years ago. I knew we have to do this. We have to get all of our students exposed to this. This is a necessity. This is not a luxury, because the learning that takes place is phenomenal. So the makerspace is an attraction. It's like Disneyland, because it's not necessary, but we know the more people visit it, the more we show this. The video we did was to show it, was to get out there, the more people will engage with it. That's what we want.
I would say one more thing. We also see it as a space to work with our K-12 partners to bring in, you know, youth and start to get them engaged as well, and have the support, somebody there who can support them.
Well, I just had a follow-up on that, and that is mixed reality, which is really expensive right now, is going to happen, but I think the makerspace fills in that gap quite well, because now you can have a conversational piece that engages a few people. So
yes.
Yeah. So what was the impact on student dropout rates?
Well, okay, so we do have somebody who's doing their doctoral dissertation right now. So part of the issue around the research is that the entire course is not in XR, it's lessons. So it's a microcosm of a course. So it's a little hard for us to attribute retention rates. So we can ask about the retention of the material they learned during that lesson. You know, and we have anecdotal information about faculty around, especially when they're using it as a capstone project, about how they've seen the retention in the class go up, they've seen better performance in the class, but we don't have that specific data yet, but we hope to have it by the end of this semester because of the study that's being done.
You have some success stories in given assessments or exams inside the XR environment.
Yes. So we are right now. We are using the assessments as sort of a self-assessment for these students, and then they're given a supplementary assessment that's actually graded. And I'll tell you why we're doing it that way. Number one is we still have some students, for accessibility reasons or technology reasons, that still cannot get the lesson to operate. So, we don't want to put high stakes assessments in this yet until we have that technology nailed in terms of, students, especially with students online. If they're an in-person student, they can go to our library, but if they're a wholly online student that doesn't live anywhere near our campus, that could still be a barrier for them. But we did find, and Dr. Gallagher will talk about this, we create 2 versions of every lesson. We have the XR lesson, and then we have an equally effective, accessible, for those who do education in the U.S., we have to have an equally effective, alternative, accessible lesson. So we have 2 versions of it, and so our students use both. So if they can't access the lesson in XR, they're accessing that equally accessible one. We have students who most of our students do both lessons, honestly, and we can see how much better they do on the assessments when they're doing one versus the other in both. So I'm stealing your thunder a little bit, but what we found is those who do the traditional lesson, they do a certain performance standard on the assessment. Those who do the XR only do it higher, and those that do both do even better yet. So,
are there certain subjects in school that you guys have not broken into, or there is an interest, or that you're hoping to, but aren't as obvious as the sciences or other things?
Well, we had interest across disciplines across the campus. We limit the number of faculty who can go through the training because we want it to be high quality. So we actually have a waiting list of faculty who want to go through this. We are expanding we're actually hiring some faculty for MetaCity, and that will expand our opportunity to have faculty trained and lessons developed. So I believe we'll have lessons across all disciplines within a year.
About 2/3 of our lessons are created in the liberal arts, humanities, and about 1/3 are in the sciences and career technical education. So we thought that would be the opposite. You look at this and you say it's a natural for, career technical sort of education, but we found that it's been the opposite in terms of, which is even more interesting because faculty have to really kind of flip the switch on how you use XR as a metaphor, for example, for teaching more sort of concrete, lessons that they used to teach in the past.
And I just wanted to add, one of the things that the faculty have told us is that they are really enjoying this because they're allowed to be much more creative with how they're delivering instruction. And they have been extremely creative. I mean, I'll tell a few things this afternoon when I have a panel again, but it's been phenomenal for faculty and students, which is why we have a waiting list of faculty wanting to do this. Once we get the MetaCity makerspace open, we expect that that's going to be an extremely busy area.
Any more questions? Yes.
Are all these lessons kept in a central repository for the college, as in they're shared across several faculty, or is it every faculty has their own intellectual property?
You want to start it and I can ask.
So we own the content. The faculty are paid to create the content, therefore we own the content. If we license the content, which frankly we're working on that right now, we will still own the content, and any revenue will regenerate into the lion's share of it back into MetaCity to continue to develop it, because we see this is the here and now and the future as we go. And as Dan indicated to us, we're going to see different versions every month, and so we have to be prepared for what's in front of us.
Thank you.
I would also add that we encourage our faculty to share the content and make it better so that every iteration of that lesson becomes better and better, more advanced, more features. We also have some blind review being done by college students who sort of rate the lessons And so that also is a feedback mechanism into how to improve on the lessons that are in the library.
Do you use advisory meetings with industry leaders and your teachers to try to hone in and really get the curriculum up to date when it comes to this?
We haven't yet, but we are hiring 2 full-time tenure-track faculty for Meta-City. One will be an instructional designer, and the other one will be the person administering things, because we do need to pull that in. We've been training as we go along, and learning to fly as we're flying.
And actually, we're moving so fast that Dr. Gallagher doesn't know this, but a couple of our disciplines have pulled in their advisors, shown what they created, got their input on it. Our dental technology and our radiology technology programs have done that. And I wouldn't be surprised if more have, because I'm learning. This is growing so fast and so exponentially. For example, our journalism program now, students are creating XR stories. And so there's one, our first is about to be published. And so they are moving so fast, they're creating things so fast that I'm learning new things every day that's going on. So I wouldn't be surprised if other faculty have reached out to their industry advisors.
So let me just share, the journalism students are doing a story on Pink's hot dog using this. Richard Pink is actually an alum of LACC, so it's really cool that that's coming full circle.
One of the journalism students has dual enrolled in a graduate program in an upper division course, and when she showed the instructor what she's creating in the city course, they said, you can use this to do your capstone project in our upper division course, because you're way ahead of where we would be. Yes?
What are some of your ideas for the performing arts, where the students have to come together as a group traditionally and perform together?
Yes, so that's the beautiful thing about the spatial meetings, right, is where the students could, so we do have some work to do around experimenting with that, but that's definitely on our to-do lists that faculty want to do, is use the spatial meetings to do some performances together.
They did some really great things on Zoom. We had a group from our chorale who actually had 18 singers taking different spots. They did this for our graduation 2 years ago, and it was fabulous. So we expect amazing things from them as they go forward with this.
We have this semester also expanded. We've held off on getting students in creating content for various reasons why we held off. But we are now, this semester, our students are now learning how to be creators. So they're going through the courses that our faculty usually take, and they're now starting to create the content. So I'm really excited to see what they come up with.
Thank you.
And listen more to you. What's the name?
Okay, amazing work there by LACC, and we're really honored to have you as partners. Now we're going to break for lunch, so you get a chance to stretch your legs again. And I think, Britta, will the lunch be served here in the lobby?
So they're setting it up, so take it easy.
Yeah, they're setting it up right now. If you want to go take a bio break, get some fresh air. Maybe it's still raining, but feel free to do so. And then we will start back in about 20 minutes. An hour, sorry. Yeah, an hour. Okay, so we get a long break. Thank you.
Oh my goodness, that was amazing.
The afternoon session, so you can grab a seat. See, we have some more people coming in, so we'll start in about a minute.
Thank you. Okay, I think we are ready to get back with the program. So, EON 25-year anniversary is what Anna, who's Vice President with EON, and myself are going to talk about. And I'll quote one of our advisors, Professor Bertil Anderson. He usually says, "I used to be young and promising, but now I'm only promising." So I guess that's where EON is, right? After 25 years, we're not a baby anymore. And when you look back on our history, and I won't talk about all of this, we have a little video, so you'll get to enjoy that. But it's a lot about reinventing yourself, right? There are things that are happening in the world. It might be a new technology like AI that's really getting off the ground. So as we've gone through our history as a company, we've done this a number of times. And when we started back in 1998, you may wonder, what the heck were you doing with VR in 1998? But that was actually the year when the first personal computer with, I wouldn't say capable graphics, but some graphics hardware came out. Before that, it used to be Evans and Sutherland and Silicon Graphics. You had to pay $1 million to get just a computer. In 1998, Silicon Graphics came out with the first PC. It was $10,000 or $20,000. It was still expensive. But that's kind of what we started the company around. And we developed a development platform geared towards professionals. And we quickly realized that the number of professional graphics developers in the world was pretty small at that time. And we retooled a little bit around services. And if you remember, around 2000, there was something called .com. Some of us remember it less fondly than others. But we actually did a number of projects around something called Web 3D. And Office Depot, believe it or not, was one of our biggest customers. We did a $1 million project with Office Depot.
5 million.
Yeah, we started with $1 million and grew, and it was around showing configurable furniture online. So I'm not going to talk about all of this. And then as you move forward, you had the iPhone launch. We realized, okay, now we're going to be able to do a lot more on a mobile device, reach larger groups. We started to launch mobile apps in about 2013. That's when the graphics power had caught up there.
we launched our first large library with a couple of thousand assets actually, called Experience VR, and it got broadly used. It was free, and out of that was born EON AVR, what became EON-XR, leading up to where we are today. So that's a little bit of background, and let's enjoy this video. They'll walk you through with some fun pictures as well. Large project, 2004, we had over 1,000 dealerships configuring all of the motorcycles in 3D. This was the early precursor to EON-XR. One of my favorites. It was a toilet simulator in the IQ.
We missed the World Cup with a Brazil. This is the crazy.
EON's last 25 years in a few minutes, which is hard to capture. Thank you. And as I mentioned, being a successful company, it's a lot about reinventing yourself. But I think as you see this, you see the common thread has been around using XR for educational learning and chipping away at that challenge to develop more things more quickly. So that's really what we've been about to come to where we are today. So with that, I will hand over shortly here to Anna, who's going to talk a little bit about our not-for-profit, EON Learn for Life, which is not quite 25 years yet, but it's been part of the family for at least 20 years, I believe. So with that, Anna, please go ahead.
Thank you, Matt. Everyone hear me okay? Well, somewhere there, I joined probably almost in the middle, actually. So yeah, it will be my 12 years soon. So I joined the company somewhere in 2011. And my mother was wondering what the company is doing. And I tried to explain what the virtual and augmented reality is, but I'm pretty sure she was believing that I worked for Copperfield or, you know, some magicians at that time. So, but it was very exciting to join the company, and Dan once asked me a question, he said, Anna, do you like to travel? Well, I should have thought a few times if I should say yes or no, but I said yes. So today, I must say, I'm pushing probably towards my 100 countries, right? So, and some of them more than 10 times. So the first year I joined the company, I think I've been home for 2 weeks. So I literally traveled all around the world. And I had an opportunity to meet people from different organizations, from industries, from academic institutions, from the governments. It was very interesting to see what people think about the future, so where the technology is going. And at that time, we worked heavily still with industries. It was a majority of our portfolio. And I started learning a little bit more of actually what's the background, what's the history of where the technology comes from. And in simple words, the way I tried to explain to my mother eventually what I'm doing, I said, you know, think about it of flight simulators. I mean, even most of us never been in a flight simulator, but you wouldn't dispute that it provides value. The question is why? So, and I was explaining that, listen, when you go through the training, when you're really engaged, you know, your brain actually are more involved. So you basically remember better, faster, and you're faster to do, you know, to react to things. So as the company's background was in industry, it wasn't something fancy, it wasn't something we would put on the Facebook back in the days, but what it was doing is basically saving a lot of people's lives. So Matt knows, you know, working a lot with oil and gas, we're talking explosions, we're talking, you know, some oil spills, etc. And of course, we knew that that provides the value. But now, technology used to be very expensive. So we were talking multi-million-dollar solutions, you know, large iCubes. As Matt mentioned, the first computer was not for, you know, not everyone could afford. So, but I joined the company at the time when the mobile phones were already out. So now we see this transformation. We start seeing where technology is going, and we earlier realized that mobile phone become the new platforms. So it's something become part of our daily life. And what happened sometimes in 2015, I think after one extensive trip we had in Asia, Dan and I had a conversation in London. And I said, listen, it is a paradox for me. Because people talk about technology as something very fancy. It is a perception that it is high-tech, Silicon Valley-like, something, you know, nice to have, maybe, but it's not really, you know, something essential. And people, of course, think that it's very expensive. But I said, we know that it's not expensive at all. By using your phone, you can get access to the technology today. And the people who are around the world don't have access today to the simple, basic things. Like, for example, really quality education, which I believe is acknowledged as a human right. People should have access to available and quality education. So why wouldn't they use technology to to get it, right? Of course, the virtual will never replace the real world, but it adds the value, right? So with that said, easy said than done. I actually followed the project we had in Africa. We actually been helping African region for over 15 years back then. And what we originally done, we would donate the software to develop some applications for basic skills. And many times we actually deal with people with, who are illiterate, they, didn't have any quality education. And what the reports shown, that it was extremely, extremely efficient. Again, because we think images, right? So they would go through that training, you cannot sleep through it, and of course the outcome was really, really good. And I said, well, how about we actually go beyond that and actually scale it? How about we provide access to technology for the price everyone can afford? Because of course, if we argue today maybe buying a license for $30, in America that would be okay, but somewhere in Ethiopia maybe, or in Zimbabwe, that might be too expensive. So with that said, we were invited by UNIDO, this is a UN arm. We became their official partners, and what we said that we will provide the licenses for the ones who need it most for the price they can afford. And we encourage the governments, we encourage academic institutions to work with us to make that happen. So basically that kind of what started Learn for Life, and I wanted just to show a small video, perhaps just a few minutes.
Welcome to EON Reality program, where we believe knowledge is a human right. Learn for Life is EON Reality's non-profit arm. We put our decades of experience into making the world a better place. From children and teenagers to adults, Learn for Life is dedicated to helping improve important skills for society. Now, more than ever, the world faces new challenges that make Learn for Life a necessity in academia, industry, and beyond. No other XR-based organization has the global experience and reach to change the world like Learn for Life. In regions around the globe, Learn for Life has led major projects in a variety of industries and subjects that matter to the local communities and national governments alike. Learn for Life has achieved its mission by working with partners dedicated to transforming the world around us. Don't miss out on your chance to change the world. Work with Learn for Life today to see how XR can build a brighter future.
Okay, and then just finishing a few final words saying that today we're in 2023, and I'm actually extremely amazed by what technology can do, and particularly the platform, because today you can be anywhere and help and have that contextual information, whatever you needed, and we're seeing that that will basically become a future, and I'm very happy to see that we as an organization really believe that knowledge is a human right. So, there are many things you can do with the technology. You can do bad things. I'm sure people will find a way to do it. But I'm really excited to see how much positive impact the technology can do. So, with that, thank you.
Thank you, Anna. And I can say from EON Reality, we're incredibly proud to be partners with Learn for Life for so many years. And as some of you know, they've also expanded now the reach with grant programs beyond Africa in the last couple of years, starting with the pandemic. Just to round this off, I'd like to just mention, last year we announced that we are in a process of going public on NASDAQ. And it should happen here later this year. And of course we're doing this to be able to build more resources to achieve the mission of knowledge is a human right at the foundation. So, just to summarize a little bit, the last 25 years has been a journey of innovation and tech breakthroughs. It's been a very exciting time, and it's not getting less exciting, which is the best part, I think. We have been a leader in the industry, especially around knowledge transfer, education and learning. Proud to have helped underdeveloped communities around the world, as we saw.
and providing cutting-edge solutions, working with educational outcomes, as we heard from LACC, who's done an amazing implementation, and also transforming enterprise. As I mentioned in that segment, we spent a lot of time there. We know a lot about this area, and we can't wait to really get back and do a lot there with the new products. So with that, we're done with the celebration portion, and we'll switch a little bit and look at some testimonials from some new partners around the world. And then after that, we're going to have a little round table led by Megan from our CSD team here. But let's start with this. Okay.
Hey everyone, my name is Alejandro Gea from Hospital Metropolitano in Costa Rica. We are very, very excited to be part of EON's Reality family. We see 3 benefits in the use of EON's platform in all our health system. First one, for education to our patients. Second, for training of our staff. And third, to standardize our operations. So we're very excited to be part of EON Reality's family. Pura vida.
Hi everyone, my name is David Hornsby, and I am the Associate Vice President for Teaching and Learning at Carleton University. I am thrilled to announce that we have partnered with EON Reality to set up an EON-XR Center in Ottawa, Canada. As we continue to recover from the pandemic, we believe that the deployment of the EON-XR platform will provide numerous benefits for our students, faculty, and community. With the ability to scale XR deployments to thousands of students, we will be able to enhance the learning experience and provide new opportunities for engagement and collaboration. In addition, our EON-XR Center will allow us to create localized content and lessons which will be valuable not only for our students, but also for the wider community. Furthermore, by being a part of the EON Reality's global academic community for remote learning, we will have the opportunity to share our content and collaborate with other institutions in the EON global community and marketplace. Carleton University is excited about the potential of the EON-XR Center to enhance the education experience and to drive innovation in our community.
Hi there, my name is Edmond Tyrese. I'm the founder and president of UBT. UBT stands for University for Business and Technology here in Kosovo, in the Western Balkan and in Europe. Thanks to EON, we have succeeded to complete the first stage of so-called Classroom 3.0 in UBT and in the entire UBT ecosystem. We have succeeded to generate a lot of content there and be maybe one of the leader university with using the EON platform in the education and training and so on. Now we have, and we are very happy that we have established the next program, including the EON Artificial Intelligence Assistant and then Spatial Artificial Intelligence, where we can succeed to reach another level and combine with our concepts that we call University 4.0. Thank you very much. All the best.
I'm Vaidhyam Venkatasnil, CEO of Minds for Meta, and we are located in Qatar. We are the partners of EON Reality from last couple of years, and we are very happy to announce that we have become exclusive partners of EON Reality in this year. Qatar is well known to the world by hosting FIFA 2022 successfully, and now the country is enhancing in the technology-wise. Our commercial clients and our associated educational institutions are very happy with the new enhanced features in EON-XR platform. It is our pleasure to thank EON Reality for their support, and we look forward to having a long-term association and the growth of the business. We wish all the very best to EON. Thank you.
Okay, we'll revisit a few more places around the world, but I think with this, we will hand over to the panel.
Hey, everybody. Just bear with me as we get this up. Awesome. All right. So my name is Megan Blevins. I'm Director of Customer Success here at EON, and I'm happy to present our panel. I'll be moderating. We have a couple of questions that are kind of pre-thought through and all that kind of good stuff, so I have some slides where we'll just kind of go through them a little bit, but then we're going to open it up to audience questions. So anything that you might want to ask, just hang on to those questions and we will make sure to go through them. I am going to have each of our presenters introduce themselves, and we're going to do a lot of passing of the microphone, so make sure everybody can hear. So I'm going to start with Sean.
Yeah. My name's Sean Gloomis. I'm with 2CPR Group, and Angela Allison's standing in the back there. She is my business partner as well. We both come from the community college side as well as the K-12 side here in California. We were the statewide technical assistance providers for all of the career pathways here in the state. And so we ran around the state helping align everything with our K-12 partners and our community college partners. Now we work with multiple districts, not just here, but all over the place, helping them implement their CTE money as well as their programs. So we got a lot of implementation we can talk about.
Hi, I'm Mary Gallagher. I'm the president of Los Angeles City College. Los Angeles City College is located in central Los Angeles. We are the most densely populated area of all of Los Angeles. We have 50 high schools in our service area. 50, that's a lot of high schools in a service area. And most of our population is low income. The students who come to LA City College are about 50% Latinx, about 17% Black African American, about 12% Asian, and about 10% white, and then we have other populations. The college is going to celebrate its 100th anniversary in 2029. Just a couple of other interesting points. Where LA City College is located is the original home of UCLA. UCLA was there for 10 years before they moved to Westwood. Also, Cal State LA was located at LA City College for its first 10 years before they moved to Monterey Park. So I look at us as the public higher education location for the city of Los Angeles. And so it's a great place to work because the students who come to our college really have a lot of need. I first engaged with EON, believe it or not, in 2018. And a couple of my deans came to a presentation that EON gave here in Irvine, and they came rushing back and told me I had to do this. So a month or so later, I had a demonstration myself personally, and I knew that day I have to do this. It many times felt like I had a really heavy rock that I was trying to slowly get up a really steep hill, but I never stopped, I just kept going. The reason for that, the #1 goal for using EON, is because I truly believe that it democratizes learning for all of our students. Everyone does start at the beginning, and everyone has an equal opportunity to get to the finish line. So that's why it's really important. Thank you.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is James Rice. I am the Vice President at IBT College, and I am from Canada, and get that out of the way. So IBT College is a career college. We're a vocational training center where we help individuals transition their careers. Perhaps they're Canadians who've lost their jobs and looking to seek new careers, or they are new Canadians coming to Canada from overseas. And certainly when the pandemic hit, what we saw was a tremendous transition of career choice into healthcare. And IBT College has been in operation for over 20 years, and we've never seen anything like what happened during COVID. And as we entered COVID and the issues that we faced with COVID, the situation became necessary for us to train with Zoom, as probably everybody else was doing. And we saw the explosion, we saw the potential happen for training online, and people liked it. And in Canada especially, we were reaching remote areas of Canada that we couldn't reach normally as a brick and mortar school. And we said, look, there's an opportunity here to grow and expand without having to build new colleges everywhere. We can grow and expand our services anywhere, and we needed a platform that would allow us to do that. And EON, that's when I met Dan, and I had a lot more hair. And before I met Dan, and after all the problems, how are we going to do all this? We figured it all out, and we've grown tremendously in a year, and we've been able to expand without expansion. We've been able to help employers retain employees through education. We have been awarded a number of different awards from our ministry here in Ontario and in Canada, and valuing what we're trying to do, which is to bring what the industry needs, the healthcare industry specifically, together with what we can do educationally, and bridging that gap and using EON. So one of the great things that we've been able to do retaining employees is we've been able to rapidly hire and train those employees for healthcare jobs. Then, while they are in those healthcare jobs, using the EON platform and using different self-learning modules, we've been able to keep them growing and upskilling through that process, which has allowed the employers to maintain their staffing needs during the healthcare crisis. So they don't have to lay anybody off, or not lay somebody off, but rather allow them to leave and come to our school. Traditionally, they would leave their job and go back to school to get a healthcare career. And we're saying, no, we don't want them to leave. We want them to stay in your job. When we bridged the gap that way, and EON really helped us to do that. And since that time, we've been expanding our use of EON. We've been doing work with virtual flight attendant simulation. So doing what you saw a little bit with the flight with the pilot, we've been doing the same thing with flight attendants, especially with new Canadians who have maybe language problems. How do we get them to understand all of the other English terminology that maybe they know? And we also been working, creating a virtual film school as well. So utilizing the EON platform, utilizing part of the reason why I'm down here is to work with our partners from Hollywood to train people out using the virtual tools. Why not have a Hollywood expert teacher class rather than Bob, the university professor who's been doing it for 25 years, teach the class? We can have them do it now live online, or at least through flipped learning type of modules and capstone projects. So fascinating stuff that we're developing. And our expansion has been done right across the globe. Not only in Canada, we have partners in Philippines, we have partners in India, we have partners in Jamaica, where they've all seen and said, hey, we want to utilize your tools. So we've been expanding across the globe that way. So the platform being agnostic and being cloud-based has allowed us to grow into these new markets where we never expected to be.
And the Wisconsin girl in me is going to try really hard not to let my youper come out when I hear you talk. Hear it in my own voice. Don't you know? All right. Again, we have a few questions that we have kind of pre-prepared, but how has EON-XR or EON-XR-like technologies helped you create more engaging and effective learning experiences for your learners? And I'm going to start with Sean. We'll just keep
work our way down.
Yep.
So one of the things that I'll probably keep coming back to today is how many of you are in K-12? I think most of you are university level or college level, correct? So we work on both sides of the fence, as you do too, especially at the community colleges. But currently we've been working with our K-12s to actually overhaul all the curriculum at their campuses for their career technical education. And in California, without going into a really long, there's a lot of standards we have to adhere to for our funding for career tech. And starting with really ChatGPT 3.5, we finally had a platform to standardize our curriculum and build our course outlines. And so starting there was essential for my teachers, because most of them, once again, they're K-12 teachers, they got a million other things going on, even more than our university professors and college professors. And so we came in, and using AI, we were able to adhere to our standards. So we have a thing called UC A through G. That is our standard for our K-12 courses. There is a format for that. So we took all these standard formats that we have to work with to get our funding. And a lot of what I'm going to talk about too is I was going to come back to our money. Where do we get the money from to do these things, to buy this software, to do that? But we're in the middle of doing that with one of our districts right now in Southern California. It's about 85 classes. That normally took a process of almost 2 to 3 years to do that with all of our teachers. Pull them in, go through it, all of our standards and everything else. So we've been able to utilize AI to speed up that process, to create those prompts. And that's what I keep telling my teachers is, and this is something that I've seen with all of this technology, is they're scared. They're scared. And they look at it and go, my job's going to go away, my students are going to go away, they're going to do things, there's going to be cheating, you know, throw a dart at the board, we can come up with something. And I tell them, I go, no, it's not. You're a facilitator now. Think of it that way. We facilitate this information. And more importantly, and this is where the EON and all the other software that's out there, is we need to learn the prompts and work with the prompts. And you saw that today, going in and building those prompts and building that out. And so we started doing that, and now we have these course outlines that are standardized. We went through that process with a brand new course a couple months ago, and this was in the early 3.5, not the 4.0. And it went to the UC system to be approved. Humans check it there. We did it, first time it's ever happened, 3 days, we got approval. Normally that takes 3 months, 3 to 6 months. And that was, we didn't even tell them that the AI was involved. We just built out the class, sent it came back approved, we're good to go. But that standard's there. And I don't want to get into that side of it too deep into the weeds, but it is something you need to think about. And you guys to commend what you did with the money and getting all your teachers trained, and you have a process in place. That is a difficult thing to do for a lot of people, especially if you're a smaller school or you're a department trying to build out something. And that's where this company helps really bring in all of that structure here. And getting back to that course outline, we saw it a little bit earlier when they showed how the library can pull existing material and existing templates and course, I don't want to say outlines, but assignments. Let me go back. Those existing assignments, those walkthroughs and everything else, is taking that technology, building that consistency like we did at the one district, then taking those units and allowing the teachers to choose what they want to do in the classroom, but have that consistent outline. Angela and I always tell the teachers, the outline is just the skeleton, and we can use AI to build a strong skeleton that everyone can work from. But I might have 2 different teachers teaching digital media, much different approaches. It's the syllabus that this software and all the things that we're seeing up here helps build out all that muscle and skin and everything else. And so that's really what I see. And that's all going to change tomorrow. I think Dan said everything's going to change in a couple days. But what's not going to change is the creative side of it, being the facilitator and being able, and I keep telling my teachers this, learning how to prompt correctly. And that goes for the students too. We need to teach them to ask the right things. And so that's where I've found all this software, it's easy for them. It's not, what's the best word for this? I got a brain part here. But it's not scary for them when you say, no, just prompt this and walk slowly through this. Go step by step. It's no different than chatting on your phone with your friend. You're going back and forth with it. And so that's, I'll pass it on. No talking.
Thank you. I talked about it democratizes learning, and I believe that learning is individual, and this actually creates the environment for learning to be individual at the most fundamental level. And that's both for instructors and for students. And we believe that the results that we've seen already so quickly are a result of the engagement that the students have from the very beginning. And it's not just the engagement of the students, but it's also the engagement of the faculty in looking at how they can deliver instructional content in a different way. One of our most popularly downloaded lessons is called The Bridge. And if I asked you to tell me what you thought The Bridge was about, everybody I've asked this question of couldn't guess what this lesson is about. One of our English professors created this lesson, and he used the bridge as a metaphor for creative writing and the elements of doing something that's an effective piece, writing creatively. And the benefit of that and the advantage of that for the learner is that those students who engaged with that lesson, all they have to do is think about the bridge and they can remember all of the components. It's the same English professor that did the Pantheon that you saw in the example that Marcy showed earlier. That was his way of helping students engage with how to effectively write a paragraph. So it's that kind of level of engagement and an individual opportunity for students to look at it over and over as many times as they need until they really grasp it and can remember it. And I think that when students are able to see things that they don't have to interpret from 2-dimension because they're seeing it in 3-dimension, that is a direct learning opportunity. There's no interpretation involved. Just like you saw from the example of the chemistry molecule in a textbook versus what the molecule really looks like. So what we've seen in this very short period of time has such great results that it's something that we're going to continue to push very hard on our faculty incorporating into their lesson plans. So as Marcy said, it's not the entire class that is done through XR, but it is the fundamental concepts and those that are really, really difficult concepts for students to learn that are the first elements of the class that are put in these lessons. And I can't wait to see what else our students will be able to do and what our faculty do in a very, very creative way.
Exactly, 100%. I couldn't agree with you more. And I think a couple of things. Number one, what we've enjoyed in terms of learning is being nimble and being quick. So we were able to quickly develop 15 different micro-credentials in a matter of 8 months. We created 15 healthcare micro-credentials in 8 months. We were able to pilot them out with a national employer. We got 4 pilots through, and after that we secured a contract to train, number of contracts to train 1,500 employees using our micro-credentials, depending on the funding, because we're socialized Medicare in Canada, so it depends on the government. But we've got, in principle, to train 1,500 employees. All that done in 8 months. That's how fast we were able to work with the employers to get the material ready and used for their workers. And I talk about Mary Poppins, our material. In this situation, you know, you watch Mary Poppins, they come alive. You know, maybe some young people don't know Mary Poppins, but the street work, she comes alive. They come alive, right? And they start dancing around, right? I mean, that's what we can do now. We can Mary Poppins the work. We can just bring it off the page of a textbook and give it to the students. So those complex anatomies and swallowing, there's 3 different ways we swallow. Did you know that? I had no idea. What? How do we explain that, James? I don't even know what that is. So we got to draw it out, get the animation going. We show that. We show the cell animation. I mean, I don't know what a cell does, and we get the protein in there and all of this stuff, and we're able to detail it and show them. We're able to show in our palliative care the process of a dying body, and that's nobody knows how that happens until you live through it. And as a support worker, you have to go through that. And the last one, the big one, was genitalia. How the heck are we going to show genitalia on Zoom? Okay, keep your pants on, everybody. We got models, and we can 3D it. We can show it. So that was a critical piece that we've been able to do. The other really cool thing that we can do is the AR rooms. So how do we show someone walking into somebody's apartment to identify the health risks of the fall risks of the seniors? 30% of people in long-term care are in there because they've fallen and broken something. So how can we identify that? So we built an augmented room that the support worker can identify the different areas that are dangerous, and so that helps to recognize that. And we've got a kitchen, we've got a bathroom, we've got a living room, we've got all these different rooms, so when they walk into a house, they can identify the different risks. And then we were able to also add full simulation into the EON platform, so they can click, download. If they have the goggles or headsets, you know, which their children do, they're able to utilize it. And we've created a dementia brain, so we can put the healthcare workers inside the mind of a dementia patient so they understand what it feels like to have dementia. And we're able to build empathy. What VR can do, that we talk a lot about science up here, but we can build empathy. We can help the healthcare workers understand what it feels like to have these issues that seniors, in our case, seniors, go through. So a lot of that is what we've been working on. And of course, we've talked a little bit, somebody mentioned it in one of the other ones about the flipped pedagogy. That's really, really important in my mind, and I think that's the future for learning with ChatGPT is how do we flip that switch. And so we've also expanded a lot of our offerings with the virtual film school and flight attendants as well. So working on a lot of different ways to engage learners.
I love the Mary Poppins our material. That is one of those things where I have always talked about it as a instructional designer and lifelong educator. I used Mickey Mouse, and when he's the sorcerer in Fantasia, and so you get to pick up your wand or whatever, and you get to be the person who creates the experience. And I always thought that that's a beautiful analogy for how can educators approach, like you were saying earlier, Mary, that idea of how do we get people, or I think it was Marcy, I apologize, but she was saying we're hearing our educators say in a different way, now it's about the experience for the student to have. And I think that's really tremendous.
I need a newer analogy than Mary Poppins. Does anybody have
You can use Mickey Mouse.
Perfect, right? But I think
Harry Potter.
Yeah, Harry Potter.
You know what I'm talking about? Okay, all right. I know. He has no idea, right?
So this one is, can you share any examples of how EON-XR has helped your learners retain information better or apply what they've learned in real world scenarios?
All right. One of the things that we're doing at, it's actually Downey, which is a school district here in the LA area, and we have our very first audio-visual pathway that's backed by an industry partner. So VIXA, some of you, but basically all the stuff in here falls into that category, from your projectors to all the Crestron stuff and everything else in here. And one of the areas that we're having issues with is we have 60 students, it's a brand new program, we don't have all the equipment in place. And so you saw what Rena had showed earlier for the audio equipment and how to use it and those things. That's where we're starting to find usage in our high school setting, is we just don't have the funding, or the funding is backed up and we can't get orders through fast enough. So how do we show a kid how to unplug and plug in all of our different cables on the back of a mixer, or how do you hang up lighting and all those types of things. So we're finding that's where we're moving forward very quickly in the classroom to actually get that trained, because then they have to take standardized testing with a VIXA. So VIXA has their standards that are worldwide. And so by tying that in that nice virtual setting, saying this is how you plug this in, if they do it wrong, don't do it again, and we keep building on that until we actually get the physical stuff in. And that started happening halfway through this semester. So all of a sudden all this equipment showed up, and it allows them to have that standard taught to them. They could pass their certification as well, that's industry recognized. But having that ability to look, feel, touch without actually having it there. And it goes back to what both of you are saying, all of that flipped classroom, everything else with our distance education, but actually having it in the classroom and on site, where we have the kids go out and do something in the gym or in the auditorium, or hopefully out in the field as well with our companies. And working with those companies too is like Crestron. We had a big conversation with a couple weeks ago. They're the ones who do all the panels. That's a Crestron panel back there. So all the installation on that, they have a standardized system for it, for all of their installers. And so we're saying, well, how can we help integrate that? So industry, getting the industry to adopt this as well makes it much easier for us. And like you were saying, Mary, like that bridge, one of the things I'll say too is getting standardization for those courses and those assignments that cross over into all your pathways. Maybe humanities and biology, but I'm kind of talking from the career technical side here. We all have safety stuff that's across the board, be it automotive, AV, might film and television. OSHA is a big one as well. I'm hoping there's some OSHA stuff in there, or someone's going to build it, because OSHA 10, OSHA 30 is an easy one for us for our culinary, for any of those. CPR, first aid, you saw that earlier. Those are the areas that we're seeing helping standardize our curriculum across the board in the district. That goes back to what I said earlier with our course outlines. Now we have content for those teachers to put in their syllabuses, and everyone at all of our campuses are doing the same thing. Because it does go back to money here too, for us, is if we're standardized for certain things, it makes it much easier for us to go after the money here in the state of California as well as at the federal level. It's easy for us when we go through our audits. So there's that backside to this too, taking this technology, and we can say when we're going through an audit, we call it a federal program monitor, or FPM, that no, all of our students are doing this. This is, and we show it to them and say, this is how they're doing it. And it makes it much easier for us as the people being audited for that money to continue getting that money and pass those audits. So there's that backside to it, not just the forward facing to the student, but what's happening on the administrative side. It really makes our life easier when you're doing a couple of weeks of auditing and going through a WASC accreditation or those types of things. Being able to pull this up and show very quickly, this is what they're doing. And for those of you who've been through audits, it's much easier to say, this is what we're doing, and then we're done. And we move on to the next thing we got to fix. So those are the things we think about.
They're scared. What's that?
Yeah, or they go, oh, that's neat. And that's the end of the conversation. And we move on to the next thing we got to fix. So that's where we're seeing that as well in the real world. Not just that forward-facing, but it's helping us on the backside as well.
I had a couple of examples that we've already shown you. So let me talk about two other things that were really I think major contributors to our students' opportunity to learn. One area was we were teaching a mammography course. So our local hospital asked us if we could, we have a radiation technology program, if we could add mammography there because they were having a very difficult time finding enough people to take care of the patients that they had. And so our biggest challenge was trying to find the right materials for students to be able to learn. There was not good information in textbooks to help students really understand the construction of a woman's breast. And so through doing the lessons in XR, the students were able to immediately grasp the complexity of the construction of a woman's breast, and it made all the difference in the world between the class that had finished before and the class that subsequently finished using the XR lessons. So we saw definitive difference from that. In addition to that, we have students who are in a program of dental technology and learning all of the different teeth in the mouth, and all of that was very challenging for students. It would create a situation where it would take longer for students to finish their fundamental classes just because of that one component. Having the construction of the teeth in the mouth, for the students to be able to not just see, but drill on. It was the quizzes and keep drilling on that and focusing on those areas that were very difficult for them to understand. the students who had gone through the prior semester versus the students who had gone through using XR was a dramatic difference in the period of time it took the students to complete those fundamental classes. So this is a very, very, very different way for students to engage with educational content. It works.
Yeah, I think as I mentioned, the flip model is really, really key, and the augmented rooms have been tremendously successful, and the visual learners, you know, they just absolutely love everything that we've got with EON-XR, and I think what they didn't, the students, and you can read the comment up there, is that they learned everything very quickly, and during the pandemic, the staffing shortage was so unbelievable that we were getting calls. We need to train 3 people here. We need to train 2 people here. We need to train 4 people here, and it was rapid. And we had to make sure that we were sending out our healthcare workers, and they were well trained and they were vetted, and that was the rewarding part. And as the student says, that what EON made us look really great, because they thought, wow, I don't know how much time you guys spent on this. Well, we're doing it pretty quick. We're doing it pretty fast to try to get it built and get it up there so that we can give you a 24/7 access. So if you're out there on the job, you're able to work and learn quickly. So I think for us, in terms of the retention, when we hear back from the employees of how we were able to prepare them rapidly during the pandemic, as that student comment states, was very, very rewarding. We knew we were on the right track. And the second point was, as I mentioned at the beginning, was retention through education. Now we've got to upskill them. Okay, we survived the pandemic, we got workers out there, but there's more training that we need to do to make them a better healthcare worker, a dementia care, palliative care specialists. You know, we got to look at all of those elements now to continue the training. So those are some really great opportunities for students to upskill through the EON platform.
Thank you, guys. All right, so this one I think is really critical. Being in customer success, one of the questions I get all the time is, how do I get people to use this? How do I make this work? How can we have success like we've seen described today? So what advice do you have for educators or trainers or institutions who are just starting to explore the use of immersive technology like EON?
This is me as a teacher, and this happens, I taught digital media along with Rena, and technology moved pretty quickly then. Now it's like light speed. Things are changing by the day in what we do. And so whenever a new technology comes along, especially something like this, that can be overwhelming for an individual teacher. So I'm going to talk to the individual side while you're the larger scale, because in reality, most of you are probably going to be in that situation, right? Where you adopt something like this, and it's not the entire school to start with, or it's maybe just a department or a division, is you know, pick the one thing, and this is where the EON platform comes in, that's been helpful for me, is I could take my course outlines, put it in, now with the new 4.0 that's been integrated as well, and that library that they showed earlier with the projects is really match up to what I have in my outline or my syllabus, and pick one. I know that sounds simple and, you know, it's kind of common sense, but I think what happens is everyone bites off a little more than they can chew in the classroom. Pick one thing and start with that. Yeah. Yeah, and small too. Don't pick it as your final project that we're going to do this. Look at the introduction stuff, or somewhere right in the middle, where if you do flub the whole thing, and we do it all the time, it just doesn't work with the students, we can come back, figure out what went wrong, and then re-implement it the next time around. So while I'm not talking about that large-scale deployment, it really is for those individual teachers. There's a lot of fear right now too, and that's the conversation I've been having the past few weeks with all of my teachers and administrators. We were in Sacramento at a thing called Educating for Careers. Everyone was talking AI, and everyone is scared of it. and they don't understand, or it's just too much too fast. And I just, like I said a little bit earlier, they're facilitating, you're helping to facilitate these students to use another tool. And this is the same thing with this. If I was talking to a teacher, I go, it's a tool to make your life easier, to make sure those students retain and get a good experience. That's, I think, another thing too, is we have an entire generation of kids now. My kids all went through high school during COVID. And one's in college, one's gonna be graduating, and I have 2 more that just went into high school. So I'm right in that sweet spot of, it was all screwed up for them. And I had one that figured out to sit at home and sleep and get A's online. I had another, I had to send him back in the middle of the pandemic because he wasn't gonna graduate high school unless I put him in the classroom. And they're coming out with that experience now. And so taking technology like this and software and the experience and saying it's something different. They've already been through, let's be honest, a bad experience online. And either in Google or in Canvas or whatever it was, and they got a book thrown at them, and they had a teacher who came on and said, read the book, do this, and they sat there and did really nothing. Or the worst one was PE online. Don't ask me how that was happening, but my kids had to do PE online. So they're coming out of this with, they're like, I don't want to do this, I don't want to be online. It's having that fun experience, and I think that's what EON brings to the table. Is it's not just going back to that model. It's just not a 2D thing in a book. It's something they can now literally touch, look at, pull up, watch videos, integrate, all these different mediums that they're used to as well. And probably most importantly, I tell my kids this that I'm teaching right now, is you got everything in your pocket. I mean, you got a studio in your pocket now. There's films being shot on this thing. You have it all, it's there. And so we're coming to them. We're bringing that content to something that they're used to now. And so that's probably the big thing. If I was talking to a teacher, is pick that one thing, make it fun, make it a great experience. And if you don't worry about it. We can come back and figure it out. There's so much in the library. There's so many things out there. But just get that first step in, and then do the second and the third. And then that's where it grows to. I think you probably found that. Once you had 1 or 2 teachers and everyone saw it, that's the growth there. And not everyone has the money or the time or the rollout for it. So one person, one department, make it fun, and don't be afraid of it. Jump in, because if it fails, you can just move on to your next thing. That probably worked for you before, but you can save it. And so anyway, that's my 2 cents.
I think for us, really making the commitment to putting this in practice, having a definitive roadmap for it was helpful to us. So it was a definitive goal for the institution. It was my goal for the institution. It was one of my initiatives that I talked about all the time. And I didn't let it go out of people's minds. It was something every time I had a meeting with the college, I would bring up where we were with EON and what we were doing. So you have to have that commitment, and it has to be important. You have to invest in training. We invested heavily in training, in developing training tools, and everyone who engages with it has to be trained. You are not given access to the system until you have the training. And the training continues to improve. Each time we put a group through, we learn more and we improve our training. It is really important to focus on quality. We put a rubric together with our first group. The peer review that Marcy talked about is really important. Having people work together. We put people into small groups with a coach that help to keep them on track and going. You have to have a process that people can go through in order to get to the end of a lesson and have it be a success. Equity is in everything we do, but in my opinion, this is all about equity because it puts everybody at the same place with the opportunity for everyone to finish. So I believe equity is woven through it all. And then the last bullet says, keep everyone apprised. You have to talk about it a lot, over and over and over. And if you think you talked about it too much, you have to talk about it a lot more. Because this is something that is not intuitive for people. Until people experience it, they don't really understand what it is. It's some sort of foreign, what do you mean XR? You have to get people engaged with it, everybody engaged with it. We started to roll out demonstrations now. The first group we demonstrated it with were absolutely blown away. We demonstrated it to a group from our district office who were extremely skeptical. We did a demonstration. The most skeptical person of the group walked out with me and said, wow, this is amazing. And it is. So talk about it a lot, get people thinking about it, and it'll happen because we need to make it happen for our students.
Very good, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, and I think I'm just going to echo, yeah, start with simple lessons first. I like to get students to teach you. They get it faster than we do. I remember when I was substituting science class, I had no idea what the dark side of the moon is other than what Pink Floyd told me. And I just sat in there, what am I going to do? I don't know how to teach this. So I said, students, teach me. So they taught me. And that was the best experience. So the best way is, you know, if you're nervous about technology, get in front of them and get them to teach you. And again, try to think in 3D. We think about textbooks and PDFs. Stop thinking about textbooks and PDFs. Throw out that thinking. It's there, it's always going to be there. But how do you bring that Mary Poppins to life? How do we think in 3D and think in bringing that textbook alive? What can we bring out of that textbook? So I think I echo Sean's statements a lot, but I would just add, use your students. They're the best. They are so fast, much faster than we are. They will teach you so much.
Thank you, guys. I think that if I can just take a second to summarize a little bit, that idea that what I hear being echoed is there is both top-down, but also then bottom-up efforts being made to put forward the initiatives. And it is an initiative. It's something that needs to be built upon. That idea that if in any endeavor, I don't care if it's XR related or anything else, if I'm trying to get my kids to vacuum the carpet every day, right, because the dog hair is piling up, I want the carpet vacuumed. If I don't remind them consistently that that's something that needs to happen, if we're not bringing it up, if we're not bringing it back to, this is, yep, we're doing that XR thing. Oh yeah, that XR thing. Yep, we're doing that. Yep, do you remember that? That's what we're doing. We're going to do that thing. It's no different than, you know, getting people to do the carpet, which I'll let you all know in a blog post if my son actually vacuums the carpet. Got my fingers crossed. Challenges you have faced in implementing, I think we kind of covered that. Yeah. And I want to do a time check. How horribly over am I right now? Yeah, I think we're over, like by a lot. But it's a good conversation.
15 minutes.
I have 15 more minutes?
I have a question.
All right. I think we should, take questions. I can always show the amazing responses that I've gotten from students. I'm going to leave that one up there because that's my favorite. All right. Yes, question.
It's actually with Dr. Gallagher. Given the current economic and enrollment issues that are affecting the California community colleges, and I know that you have to get outside funding, do you have any insight on how other colleges or K-12s can actually evolve into the world of XR? And because I'm thinking, is there a possibility of a reality of a corporate partnership to allow that to happen, or some insights? Because again, we have an enrollment issue which drives a portion of which drives funding, which drives how much people can invest, and we are also the budget crisis. So how, given that this is so important, do we then flip the reverse engineer to make it happen besides at one school?
So it's a good question. Thank you for asking. I believed in this from the very, very beginning, but I also knew that the road to making this happen was going to be very challenging, not the least of which because of money. And I put a concept together and pitched it to some very large foundations and thought I would get some traction there and got no traction. And I think that very early on in this, I knew that the opportunity for licensing content would be the ability for me to make sure that it was sustainable and that it continued. Because we've created almost 1,000 lessons, but that will be the end if we don't continue. And in my opinion, it needs to continue at an exponential rate to really meet the demand of the upcoming students. They're going to demand this. Anybody who doesn't think that is probably not going to be around in another 5 years, because once this starts to take a little bit of traction, students will want this, they'll demand this, and they won't go to my institution if I don't have it. And I want to be relevant, I want to be there, I want to be in the game. So to directly answer your question, from the very beginning, I knew that in order to make this sustainable, I would have to be able to license it. It has been a battle for me with my institution. I am from a very, very bureaucratic system, a very large, one of the largest in the country, community college systems, but I do not give up easy. My background is business. I've got an undergraduate degree in business and an MBA. So I look at things from the standpoint of how can I sustain it? So I knew licensing was the key. I'm this close to be able to license, make our content available for licensing. Once that happens, we know what the structure is going to be. We know how we're going to go forward with it. We already have the plan in place. So it does take resources, and it's going to take more resources as we go forward than where we are today because of demand. The demand will increase exponentially, and it will be a challenge for us to meet the demand. That's why we need a lot of content creators, because it will be more and more demand.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that, so just really quickly, is, which I understand, I used to be a dean at the community college level at Golden West, so faculty senate, you know, you talk about politics, how did you get them to buy into change? Because I understand faculty senate can be the death of a president.
So, sure can be. Well, interestingly enough, that's a great, great question, because when I first brought this to the campus, the faculty went crazy. You're trying to replace us, you think this is going to be better than we're going to be, and so what I shared with them was, this is exactly what happened in the 16th century when the printing press was invented. Faculty at that time thought the printing of textbooks would replace them. This is something that enhances the classroom. It does not replace the instructor that's there to facilitate the learning. So I did get major pushback, but fortunately we had a pandemic that happened right in the middle of it, and technology all of a sudden became really important. So when I had done the survey of who wanted to do this before the pandemic, I had a handful of people interested. Post-pandemic, it wasn't post-pandemic, but a year and a half into the pandemic, when I did the survey again, I had 100 faculty members from across disciplines at the college who were interested. We had a wait list from the very, very beginning of faculty who were interested. So I think if you build it, they will come. You can't shove it down anybody's throat, but I'm telling you, the students will be asking for this. So faculty are going to have to come on board, or they're going to become irrelevant.
If I can answer the money question a little bit, because I know that's a great question out there. How we did it was we went to industry, and this is where the be nimble, be quick philosophy comes in. So where is the industry need? Where do we have a need? Let's go to that industry. Let's take it to the industry. Let's pilot with the industry. Let's get their feedback and bring it to the board or wherever that you need to bring it to, so that the industry speaks and says, hey, this is a great product, we need more of this. And we also brought it to government and said, look at what we've done with the industry. Now I've got my faculty on board, I've got my board on board, I've got my industry on board, and now I just need the government funding, give me some money. And sure, let's try it out and pilot it out. And so that's what we were able to do. Getting industry on your side is great, and we look at the virtual film school that we're developing right now. 15 to 29-year-old market, they're creators. There's a creator economy. You can go to the industry, your BIA, and say, look, we can do grade 12 apprenticeships. We'll give you a virtual intern to go to work with you for the summer, and maybe you'll pay them and you get some of that feedback, and they'll create videos and TikToks and all of that stuff. And that's what kids can do for businesses. And you've now got a whole handful of pilots that you can bring back to your faculty senate and wherever else you're going to run into as well. Regarding this, can I, before I'll shut up because Canadians talk too much. Will this replace teachers? I have a funny story to tell. A year ago, I sat down with our teachers and showed them the EON and said, we want you to create your healthcare lessons. And she said, this is going to replace me. You're not going to need me in a year. I'm going to lose my job. And I said, no, that's not our intention. That's not what we're doing. So a year later, just this past Tuesday, she said to me, James, I can't, there's so many students. It's too many students. I can't do it all. So what we've been able to do, and it prevents burnout, is we've been able to put the programs out so that students can complete them on their own, and walking beside them instead of an AI assistant is our nurse educators, so that if they have a problem, they can come and ask our nurse educators and go back in and back and forth, and then at the very end, our nurse educators vet their skills and make sure that they've got what they've learned. And what that allows for nurse educators now is that they're teaching dementia care, palliative care, safety and mobility. They're teaching all different subjects every single day. So they may get a student question about dementia in 1 hour, and the next hour it might be palliative care. They might do a group on safety and mobility, and there's no burnout because every day it's fresh, it's exciting for the teachers, and they love it. But their first reaction was this was going to replace me, and I said no, it's not. And last Tuesday, oh my God. It was too much work.
Real quick on the funding, how many of you are California? Okay, how many of you are a community college? I don't think there's many K-12. Any other community colleges? So, okay, so I'm not going to go into depth on this one, but there is a lot of funding out there on the CTE side, and it's going to continue even with the budget crisis. So we have K-12 Strong Workforce, which we think is going to continue or may roll into CTEIG. So there's a lot of acronyms I can throw out here, but one of the things is, yes, you may be a private partner or you may be industry or elsewhere. There are opportunities with that funding that is actually allocated already for this year. We're finished. So another thing to keep in mind is our grant cycle is pretty much the fall. So right now we're finishing up Perkins as well. How many of you know about Perkins? So I'm talking very career technical education here for that end of it. But the federal government has funding that goes to the states, that goes down to the individual schools. We have state funding, $440 million for both CTIG and K-12 Strong Workforce just for 22-23. We are looking at another $500 million one-time funding from the governor for our K-12s. It's called Golden Pathways. That hits in September. It's supposed to have been a little bit earlier, but that's a 3-year spend cycle. And so, sorry, I'm getting into the way I think here is, how can I sustain something over multiple years? We're looking at those things. Now, it may not be available to all of you because you're a university or you're a private school, but that doesn't mean you can't partner with your K-12s. So in the case of our K-12 Strong Workforce, it is K through 14. It's partnerships between the high schools and the community college. These are the things we can buy with it. Those are the things that are written into it. Golden Pathways is specific to technology and healthcare. So something like this with EON, it covers all of our different pathways. Once again, I'm going very CTE here, but all those pathways can be covered with something like this. And also too, I've been asked, well, we buy it with CT money, but then our, like the math department can't really use it and things like that. But that doesn't mean we can't have our other pathways build the content that can be used in those areas. And so you have to think outside the box. sadly, we all kind of think inside the box in our system because that's the way we've been trained. But stepping back and looking at the bigger picture, where the funding's coming from, it's going to continue. So it's written into law. So even with the budget issues, that money's going to continue in California. And that's not just to say California. Texas has it. Florida has it. There are other states, and they're very similar to the way we're set up here. A lot of them look to us in the system. But I will say this, for those of you in the public side, catch up on Perkins, because all the other monies, the K-12 and the CTIC, it's run like Perkins. It uses the same rules now. So it makes our life easier when we're writing to these things. But once again, I know a lot of you are college, university, you're not what we are up here, but that doesn't mean you can't be a partner as part of it. Or if you're an industry partner, we need that. One last thing real quick, someone asked about advisory boards, and you have to do them as CTE. That's a requirement under Perkins, and we do them. That's part of what we do at all of our K-12s and community colleges. But that doesn't mean you can't do them with your humanities and math, but the easier way is get those departments mixed in with your CT departments or those voc ed or whatever you want to call them. But get that crossover, because this crosses over onto both of those. I'm sorry. Question?
Not a question, but just to tag on to about replacing teachers, which James said. Thank you. Just to tag on to what all of y'all have said about how it's actually great for teachers. In our case, for example, we were able to hire some of my former students. One of them works with Mary, as a matter of fact, and another one, her name is Nikki Baber, and she's going to be teaching our content production class. She has 2 billion views on TikTok right now and growing. She has 6 million followers on TikTok. She's 24 years old, and we've opened up an opportunity for her to be one of our teachers because she does it all the time really successfully. And that's where we're opening up opportunity for this. So it's really great.
What's that name again?
Nikki Baber.
Thank you.
What school?
Virtual Film School.
All right. The 2 things that I'm hearing, content creation and money. So content creation and money, that is exactly why EON has the marketplace. And I know that, Mary, you had talked to licensing and making sure that I know I've sat in on many meetings where we've talked with lawyers as far as copyright is concerned and all of that kind of stuff. So that creation of content is available via the marketplace. So if you're not familiar with are you familiar with the new marketplace? Dan is. So the marketplace is the opportunity for people who have created lessons to sell them. It utilizes Stripe, so you sign up for a Stripe account, and it's all within the EON-XR library. So you can get access to those 1,000 lessons that Mary is talking about and be able to then utilize those by purchasing them for your institution. But in the same regard, when you have maybe a difficulty in getting, maybe you don't have the funding. Okay, we don't have the funding to pay people to create these things. Okay, you might not have the funding to do that, but if they want to take that thing that they created on their own and put that up for sale and it's good and people want it, right, then that's going to generate some revenue in that regard. Yeah.
Just, 80% of the revenue goes to the creator, and 20% goes to just pay the bills, so to speak.
Keep the lights on.
Yeah, to keep the lights on for the marketplace. Yeah.
I have one observation and a question. Observation, Sean, you mentioned about funding. Recently passed the Chips and Science Act. It's about $300 billion, and out of the chips component, there's a $5 billion for workforce development. And I was talking to Mary, during break, and I encourage everyone who are in higher education to really go after that money. That money is being distributed by Department of Commerce NIST and NSF. So I suggested you look at that component. Now the question is for you, you mentioned that one of the problem or requirements for XR and AI integration is prompts, developing questions. So what are your strategies for teaching students how to develop questions? so that AI, provides you the right answer. Thank you. Thank you.
So, I mean, I'm going to speak from a personal standpoint of this is in the classroom, is I said a little bit earlier, start and tell them it's a chat between you and a friend. So start with your idea. Go, this is what I want to do. But I always tell them too, and this is really the AI side, is how is the AI going to, what is it going to be? Like, write a course outline as a college professor, or write a course line as a K-12 professor. And then we start with that story and start working through, and then say, this is the unit we're working on, here's the course we're working on, this is what we're looking for. Maybe we have, and once again, I'm just going to use this as my example, then standards. We need to adhere to the UC A through G standards in the state of California. Please reformat them into that standard. Look at these, my brain just shut off. The standards, the state standards. We have an entire state standard system. That took me a while to figure it out, but it was through a conversation back and forth. I would go, no, that's not right. No, or you're using old things. And so getting the student to think in that regard. And to be very honest, I come from a creative background. I taught digital media. So it's how do we explain something to the AI that's going to produce exactly what we need for production. I say we need 11 by 17 or A4, 8 by 8.5 by 11 letter, like formatting. And then do we want Art Deco or do we want mid-modern century in a poster? Like if we're going to create a poster, it's walking it through. And that's where I think, getting back to right here, to replace the teachers, that's not going to replace my experience. It's a tool. It's no different, and I was talking a little bit earlier about this, it's no different than I learned to do graphic design by hand. I was a hand letterer. I came at that we already had the Mac. We were using Quark. We had Photoshop and Illustrator 1 and 2. But I still used the exact same skill set. It was just it sped up my time. I was able to do things quicker. I was able to produce more, and that's what's happening now. A little earlier I talked about doing the course outlines. I can do a course outline in 20 minutes now, where it took me 2 days. And honestly, in a format, it's better. I mean, it's consistent. I'm able to submit the same thing. But the content is unique to that. And so working with those, and I'll just go back to just calling it a prompt, I approach it as it's a conversation between the two of us, just like if you're chatting with a friend. You go back and forth until, go ahead, Dan, sorry.
No, I don't, because I'm fascinated. But can I say I'm an old man, because I'm 60, right? So in France, I'm close to retirement, especially. I'm getting closer to retirement every day. But here's the thing, right? If I may. The people that discover these technologies, that actually discover OpenAI, this is scary, right? They are surprised of what it does. You figure out the guys that figure this out should know what it will do. They don't. In fact, if you read a 98-page report of GPT-4, one of the experiments they did is they gave it $100. They say, go make some money for me. And not only that, but just say they kind of they pretended that it got loose, that it actually escaped jail, and it can go loose and become overwhelming power, just to see how it reacts. This is a way of the safety procedure, because eventually, if we don't do alignment, this thing will go crazy, right? It will decide to make paper clips of all of us here. So we need to make sure that we do it right. But they don't know. So my recommendation is, I spent this weekend, I don't recommend you doing that, but I spent this weekend probably close to 30, 40 hours talking with it and probing it and understanding. And I fail a lot because you need to rethink the way you think about it. Like, give an example. ChatGPT-3 has a memory of a couple of 1 page or 2 pages. So it's like talking with my grandpa when he had Alzheimer's, right? He doesn't remember what I said before. But GPT-4 is amazing. So it goes very fast because just that little detail makes a huge difference what you can do with it. So my humble recommendation, clear mind, one. You said it very well. Know what you want to do.
think through that. So before I even go to it, I think through very clearly what I want to do. Frame it. Framing is something we humans are very receptive for, meaning that if I say something to you, I'll give you a good example. So if you say to an Asian lady that Asian people are much better at math than Caucasians, I don't want to get in trouble now, so sorry if I'm Swedish, so I can excuse. So if you say that, but then you say, then she's going to do better in math. But if you say to her, listen, overall females are doing not as well at math as men, you're going to do worse. Exactly the same with the GPT-4. If you frame it, it's going to go through that direction. So now once you get the prompt and you make it more and more and more clear, and once you get the prompt right, then you can use it very consistently. So my prompts are now 2 pages, but when I feed that prompt, I know exactly what I get. So try again, fail, try again. It's like everything else in life. And be on the, it's $20, right? So if you go GPT-4, everybody can afford it. If you $20, so for $20 you have all the knowledge in the world, and you can do anything. And you are your always look yourself in the mirror, because you are the only obstacle to greatness. Okay, sorry, that was a long one.
Good answer.
That's exactly what you're talking about.
Sean has a prompt that we can look at. We are at the end of our time, so if you have additional questions, you can, if you send them to us, then we will get answers for you on questions that we didn't get a chance to get to.
So what you're talking about, this is my 2-page prompt for a course outline for standardization for the UC. Basically, this is a K through 12 course outline. This is what we use to create our course outlines right now. This took me a few weeks, and I started with 3.5, and when 4 hit, I had to go back through and do it. But it was great because I noticed the differences. I go, okay, but it's basically anything in bold is what we change. Everything that's not, we keep the same through here. And so when we're done with it, we end up with, sorry, let me scroll through. You can see it's about 3 pages. Come on.
Can you scroll down?
Yeah, no, there we go. But I want to point something out here. This is all I had to work with from the original course outline, was 5 bullet points for the course outline. This for the construction class. And when we went through, I actually already ran it in ChatGPT because I was doing this a little earlier. Sorry.
Did you try GPT-4?
Yes. Oh, yeah. No, I don't even go back to 3.5. But they capped us now. Sorry, but they capped me, so now I'm not happy about that. The other day I ran out of my 25. They actually only allow you 25 in 3 hours. So I'm like, even paying for it, they're capping you on the paid side too, which really makes me not happy. But this is what I
have multiple accounts.
Yeah. They need like a corporate one.
I have a lot of advice.
So this is what I pasted in. So exactly what you're talking about. I sat down, worked through it, put in the information from our course outline, the course, all this, put it in. Like I said, not much to work with here. This is really all I had other than the course descriptor from the state and from our school. Then I tell it create 2 assignments. Sorry, I'm not going to go through all this, but this is what we now output every single time in the exact same format. That's my key here, is we're doing 82 of these right now. There's 10 of these in every one. We're over almost 1,000 units in all different areas of CTE. Some of these, I have absolutely nothing, right? Dance, right now, we have nothing on file for courses. So I've got to start from, like, I'm just letting ChatGPT go on those and go, okay, fill out as much as you can. But what we found, and this is going back to the EON side, taking these assignments, it's generating out my assignments from nothing. And so I'm having to look at these, but matching it up to the existing stuff in the library is where I'm finding the key here. You can see, we got to do description, examples, topics covered, after these are the course after completing this unit, and we have to do an overview. It's kind of repetitive, but the state wants me to do an overview. Now we have consistency, going back to what I said earlier. When we get audited, this is going to clear audit, no problem. Like, they're just going to look at this and they'll see 80-something classes all laid out this way. I'm not going to have them picking through all my stuff. And if they do, it's right. So, Sorry, I see Angela saying something back there.
Yeah, so just so Sean doesn't forget, I'm Sean's business
Yeah.
partner, so I actually help him do a lot of this course online stuff. But so then it's not just, Sean's the expert, he just creates this stuff, we then vet it back to the teachers.
Yeah.
So the teachers are just in love with it because they no longer have to handwrite this themselves. And we get to review it every year, and it went from being a year-long undertaking to now we give it to them. Our executive assistant's out there, she does the standards, make sure that it's aligned correctly. All they have to do is review it and give their approval. And so they used to have to take days and days away from their classroom. Now it takes them less than 30 minutes to review and approve. And again, it's all about making sure that the government likes what they're doing and it's audit proof.
But yeah, getting back to the EON side of this, now I can take this. You're actually looking at the form that we have to submit. This is the state form. So we've taken that, and over here is our state standards that we have to align. I got GPT to do our California state standards. It took me about 3 days of back and forth with it. It had a lot of trouble with it, and it has to do with just the structure. It was very difficult. But what I was going to show you real quick, my last thing, this is what it looked like before when we got our hands on it. This was the course outline that was with the state that was already approved. So basic house framing, a sentence and a couple of things. Now I can come back in here and now you were looking at biology, but it's the same thing here. So, but taking that to that next step with what EON has, I can then take this and tell it through the AI to start finding me what I need, start building out from here. There were no assignments for this. Now at least we have assignments to start with. And now I have something going back to what to ask. Now I've got something more to ask the system and build upon and pull out and everything. So that's, to back up what you said, it's exactly, you get pages of these prompts, but it takes time. It's not magic.
And the beauty of EON and Dan working for 40 hours in a weekend to build prompts is then we get to build those into the app. So that there are things that you can access via the library that are already utilizing prompts like that. So I wanted to say thank you to the panel.
Trying to do some
I don't know.
I love startup environments. Like I work in startup environment.
Yep.
I used to also attend the startup weekends.
Yeah, they have. So I don't know what they're doing now, but it's an event on like such nice. She's got her own.
Oh, it's okay. No, I don't know.
She does all this stuff.
Over here and do cool stuff.
So I connected her with what?
Oh, that'd be awesome.
What?
Do an interview.
Oh yeah. That's my favorite. Or get involved, or like have her get involved. Yeah, no, I'm a terrible. But
From here, it's not that far to go to their house. Oh.
So I will have to dance around.
Let's go another hour, right?
Yeah. It'll be all right.
I'll move it up. I'll check the space so I can have that communication.
I'm trying to rally the troops, I think, but I'll start here shortly, so thank you guys for already joining. Appreciate it. It's getting late in the day.
Is that
Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
I sent my water down.
Okay, I think we'll get going here, and hopefully we'll get some more people to join in. So I'm going to start with just sharing a few more testimonials from around the world, and then we're going to have a great session, kind of hands-on session with John and Megan, and I know they prepared some super cool content that we're going to get to see. Very timely too. I think you'll enjoy it. So let's start with a couple of quick testimonials from around the world.
Yeah. Yes. Let's do that. Yeah, give some of your students.
Hi everyone. Dynamic, and I'm project leader of Virtual Art and Design Experiential and Interactive Learning Center in Leeds University in Indonesia. When we first partnered with EON Reality in 2022, we were very impressed and excited by the code-free XR development that products like EON-XR allowed us to do. It helped to bring our faculty members and students into an immersive future. For this project, we have had the privilege of working with EON Reality team to implement cutting-edge technologies into our teaching and learning practices, research projects, and community development initiatives that has been instrumental in fostering and empowering both local and global societies. We have been able to create more personalized and interactive learning experiences, allowing learners to explore concepts and ideas in ways that were not possible before. The results have been truly remarkable, and I'm proud to share our results project and collaborate with all of EON Global Network Society. Through the Virtual Art and Design Experiential and Interactive Learning Center in Venus University, we're proud that we become member of EON Reality's global network, and we look forward to seeing the next step in our growth and evolution as an EON Reality partner to push the boundaries of what is possible in the world of virtual reality and immersive learning and education to advancing education and community development through technology. Thank you.
Hello and good morning everyone. I'm Professor Omar Al-Tayyan, Director of Scientific Research and Graduate Studies at the University of Prince Mukran, Al Madinah, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. As Project Manager, we're delighted to be part of the EON Reality family and as a hub in the region to introduce the EON-XR and EON AI technology in the Kingdom and region. We see multiple benefits with the deployment of the EON platform for our students, faculties, and communities. Some of the most notable benefits include organization-wide XR deployment to scale for thousands of students, localized content, lessons, and IP creation, and finally to become a part of the EON Reality's global academic community for remote learning.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Ricky Ford from Boonville, Mississippi, located in the southern portion of the United States. We couldn't be happier to join the EON Reality family.
Our one-to-one iPad program, combined with the EON cloud-based platform, puts content creation in the hands of our students. Students can explore topics on a deeper level and build valuable skills, such as communication, collaboration, and problem solving when they develop their own immersive content. With this partnership, Northeast and EON Reality are paving the way for an unprecedented educational experience that will help students become more engaged and prepared for the future.
Hi, greetings from Universidad de los Andes, Santiago de Chile. In our university, students can opt for a highly innovative programs. For example, in our health programs, we are working hard to develop our own hybrid clinical simulation model. At our center, our mission is to promote a culture of active learning, where technologies and education complement each other. So now we are excited to introduce to our faculties EON technologies, to enrich them with XR tools and resources. We think that this will engage our 8,000 students and will make it easier for them to create and show their learning daily. Thank you.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenos días.
One more.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Mandi Uban, the Executive Head of Academics at EJOBOS, and we couldn't be happier to be part of the EON Reality family and to set up an EON-XR Center across our 12 sites in South Africa. We're so excited to realize the benefits of the EON-XR platform and the impact it will have on our students, faculty, and communities. This includes the very exciting opportunity to deploy extended reality at scale and the enhanced ability to deliver academic content in new and interesting ways for our students. At EJOBOS, our mission is to shape potential student by student towards Africa's prosperity. And with EON-XR, our students now have access to industry-leading technology that will help them realize their career dreams.
Okay, so that's a little bit more from around the world, and with that, I'll hand over to John and Megan.
Is it on now? Now it's on. All right. So we're getting toward the end of the day. Thank you guys for keeping with us. John and I are really excited to do some live demonstrations. So we've been talking a lot about XR technology, and now we're going to look at it live together. John is going to be demonstrating from the iPad, and we're going to be casting. This is just us, John and Megan. I'll stand on a chair if I need to. I did wear my heels, so I'm all right. All right, so what are we going to cover today? So we are going to customize avatars. First and foremost, we're going to kick it off by looking at the tool that we have integrated with Ready Player Me, which is where those customized avatars come from. This is my avatar. We're going to create one together live. And you'll be able to see all of the different ways that you can make the avatar be different. It's really amazing, all of the different things that you can do. We're going to create some interactive learning experiences, and we're going to look at talking directly to the AI, crafting prompts. So we're maximizing that AI learning experience. So just a little about what we're going to do. So without further ado, let's go ahead.
Okay, I'm just going to pass this. And I'll do the same process here, so you'll have the microphone. All right, now what day is this, Megan? Is there a special day today?
It is. It is a special day. It is World Meteorological Day.
Did not know that. Did anyone know that?
Google told me that.
Yes. So we'll be exploring the topic of weather. And we're talking about weather, showing some models related to weather, related to the effects of weather, hurricanes, especially. But what I'm going to do now is show you how to customize your own avatar. You've been seeing avatars here in videos. How do you create your own avatar? And I'm going to show you how you can create multiple profiles of different avatars and save it and select which one you want every time you go in. So I'll go ahead and kind of walk through the process. So in your EON-XR, you will go to View My Profile and go to 3D. And you can see I have several avatars already created. Let's create one from scratch. And here you have the option to either take a picture of yourself, or you can select from a series of options that we give you. We have actually assigned Ready Player Me. This is the partnership that we've made with this company. So it comes from Ready Player Me. I'm going to create here an avatar, and I'm going to create it on my own picture. I'm going to take a picture of myself. So let's go here. Here's the camera. There. Kind of to the side, but I'll accept. And just in a short few seconds, it will create an avatar based on my profile. So any user can do this. You create your avatar, save it. And now you can see on the right all the different characteristic options you have to design, customize this avatar. So if you scroll here, I won't go through every one of these options. Let's go to clothing. And the more you use this, you're going to see some new clothing items pop up. It's pretty funny. There's so if I'm the runner type, from New Balance, there's actually some branding in here. If I'm going jogging or something, here's a different outfit. There's so all these different profiles that you can save and customize right there. And let's go to hats maybe. So here, if I'm a racer, I'm going to go into a car. I have a hat. Here's the hoodie. So you can see all the different options that you will have in this profile. I'll stick with the Ready Player Me hoodie. And once you customize your profile, all you have to do is go and click Next, and that will save it right into that section. You can create as many as you like. So every time you go into an experience, you can select who you will be. Especially really cool what we call spatial meetings, where you meet live in different environments, and you can meet your fellow colleagues, your teachers, students as a unique avatar.
If you've always wanted a face tattoo, this is the perfect opportunity.
So I'll go ahead and continue. So that's the process, very easy to use. You can do this on a desktop or your mobile device. Let's go ahead and create an experience related to
Weather. So we have had crazy weather in California. Everybody knows that. And we actually have had tornadoes in places that you haven't usually seen tornadoes. There was one that was right by my house.
Hurricane.
We're going to look at hurricanes.
So I'm selecting a keyword, and this will place me into the library of 3D models that I could use to select hurricane options. So we'll be looking at different types of hurricane models and kind of showing you how you really can create learning experiences and expand to different topics and look at the word hurricane from so many different points of views that could relate to a lot of different academic topics you can bring up. So let's go to this Hurricane Harvey landfall. And I'll place it right down here.
And as that's loading up, I think this is one of those physical sciences that's really easy to see how, if I was going to teach about hurricanes in the classroom, okay, I'm going to label the eye of the hurricane, I want to label the bands of the hurricane. You saw the AI popped up, and now it has automatically created the knowledge portal so that I'm getting information about the hurricane as that is loading itself.
So what I'll do, you just mentioned that, what I'm going to do is start labeling. I'm going to label the eye. So simply, like I showed you this morning, how we can simply label a model. I'll come in here and place that label. There's the eye. Okay. I'll just type it in. That will be the eye of the hurricane. There's my label. And then I have an eye wall. I'm getting a little closer. Add the label. One more. Hit OK. That will be the eye wall. Hit OK. And then we have the...
Now, pop quiz for people that see the Chapter 13, Chapter 13.0. Do you know how to get rid of those annotations really fast and easy?
Escape.
If you're from EON, you can't answer the question, it doesn't count.
Okay.
So up in the upper right-hand corner, there's 3 dots, and I don't want John to do it right now because it'll get rid of it. But in annotation options, you can clear them right away. So it is just simply a delete all. And all, if your model has come in with annotations that you don't really want, they're all gone in one click, which is really nice.
So you can delete all. And here I can go back to the model. All right, so we just added a couple of annotations. Well, I do have my AI assistant staring at me right there in the corner from Frank. And what I can do, I can start engaging with the AI, start asking questions about this Hurricane Harvey. So I'll start out with a generic question. Tell me about Hurricane Harvey.
Hurricane Harvey was a Category 4 hurricane that made landfall on the Texas coast in August 2017, causing catastrophic flooding and damage in the Houston area. More than 70 people died as a result of the storm, and damage was estimated at more than $100 billion.
Okay, okay. Let me do a different question. Name and label the different sections of a hurricane.
I'm looking into the correct answer to your question. The different sections of a hurricane are the eye wall, and the rain bands.
Okay, so you can see how just changing up the question a bit, how labeling your model and engaging with the AI in conversation can actually pick up those annotations that you just added to that model, and it'll point exactly to where that you pinpointed that exact model location. So this is a type of activity that you can do with eModel. You can learn about this. Again, we're looking at for more of a scientific view and describing the model, what it is. Let me personalize this model. So what I'm going to do, add a new annotation. Hurricane Harvey, Houston. So we're just showing you how you can add keywords, and these keywords will help you to find additional knowledge portals related to this topic. So I'm going to not only add it as an annotation, I'm going to add it with media. So now I can come in here and personalize, and I can change the search function even within this box. And now I'm looking at Hurricane Harvey, Houston, select, go back in here, I'll add some more, I can add the video, and there I have a video coming up. Okay, there's Hurricane Harvey, and then a PDF. Now, funny I picked this topic, actually my brother lives in Houston. And I was talking about, hey, I'm showing this model on Hurricane Harvey. Well, he went through Hurricane Harvey. His apartment got flooded. He went through a rough time, and I had him send me some pictures. So here are some pictures of my brother's front street, what happened during that flooding. This is around the corner where he lives. This is actually his street, and people had to be rescued. There were boats that were coming right down the lane, and people here had to be rescued out, coming out the window at the very top roof, going into those boats to rescue people that were stuck. This is around the corner of his house. And I can add those. Well, kind of another
Hurricane Harvey
pedagogical
was the first
approach
major
here.
hurricane to make landfall in the United States since Wilma in 2005.
There it is. So the AI can read that out. This can be a personal storyteller for your students. If you want to engage in a project where students can personalize these experiences, bring in personal stories, record their own voices, add their own videos, and present this back to the class. Many engaging activities here in terms of a pedagogical approach, how this can be applied to personal storytelling in these environments. And here are all the knowledge portals I just created. So I have the video, the PDF, as well as the audio portion. So that's on the first model.
But we can bring in more, because this isn't just EON-XR, but this is the Metaverse Builder tool where we can add more models. So John can bring in an additional model, and the next one that we want to bring in is going to kind of take this one step further. So, okay, it's easy enough for me to think about the physical sciences and labeling the parts of a hurricane, kind of like labeling the layers of your skin or the parts of an eye or whatever it happens to be. But now we have this, I don't know.
Okay, yeah, we gotta practice this. This is a hurricane weather research and forecasting model.
And how many of you know what that is? Okay, well, okay, one person.
All right.
I see, I knew one person would know what it was. So we had no idea what it was. So I said, John, let's ask the AI.
Okay. Describe to me the hurricane weather research and forecasting model.
I'll have the answer to your question shortly. The Hurricane Weather Research and Forecasting Model is a research project that aims to improve the accuracy of hurricane forecasting models. The project uses data from past hurricanes to improve the accuracy of future predictions.
Okay, but we do have knowledge portals, automatic knowledge portals that got generated, so I can watch a video on that model, see a picture, hear audio, and well, we can start engaging with this model. What do we see here?
Colors.
Different colors. So I'm going to simply label these colors. Blue. Blue. Greenish. And here. Green. Yellow. And then you have red over here. Type it in, or I can say that. All right, so we just label these colors on the model. And again, we're always showing you the possibilities. What can you do with AI? How you can change up the question a bit, bring more detail, keep it general, and we'll start explaining more, giving more examples of this. So I'm going to ask a specific question. Define and describe what the colors represent in the hurricane weather research and forecasting model. All right.
I'm preparing a detailed response to your question. The colors in the Hurricane Weather Research and Forecasting Model represent different categories of hurricanes. The red color represents the most severe hurricanes, while the yellow and green colors represent less severe hurricanes.
Yeah, we're going to ask her again.
It's a quick question. Dr. Cueto wants to know about your avatar. Where did it go? And because we have the AI avatar, but you didn't do the 3D.
Good question. So this is the AI avatar. The avatar that I added will come in when I do a 3D recording. I record myself speaking and I play it back. That's who I represent. And you see there's a section for the AI. At this point, it is locked in for this profile. But going forward, there'll be an option to select your AI avatar. Try the question a different way.
Yeah.
Name, label, and describe the colors in the Hurricane Weather Research and Forecasting Model.
I'm looking into the correct answer to your question. The colors in the hurricane weather research and forecasting model indicate different categories of hurricanes, with red being the most severe.
So this is one of those moments where you go, okay, well, that's not what she told John and I before, and I really liked her answer before. And this is the same spot where you have to stop with AI and technology and go, how do I teach my students to use this? And when you sit down, and I have 12-year-old and 13-year-old kids, and we sit down and we say, okay, she had an assignment on the respiratory system. So I gave her EON, and I said, pull up a model of the respiratory system and start asking the AI the questions on your worksheet, which is not cheating because I'm a good mom. And I sat there and I said, all right, now when she says something to you, because this is ChatGPT, it's good, but it's only as good as the prompt. And sometimes it gets it wrong, and sometimes it gets it right. And the number of times it gets it right is more and more as they keep iterating on the technology that they're utilizing, right? So she would prompt it, and I'm listening, right? And she would prompt it, and she would get a response. And then as she's, because the calculator told me that was the answer, so she's starting to write the answer, and I go, stop. Is that right? Look now. Go back in your book, go back in your notes, think about what your teacher said. Is that the right answer? And luckily for her, most of the time it was really right. So I think this is one of those teachable moments, and it's why as educators we want to make sure that as we understand that this is a tool to use, and sometimes the tool needs you to be the human, right? Like it. Now that's not quite right, or that's right, but that's not what we're talking about right now, that where the topic needs to get shifted just a little bit.
I'll ask one specific color. What does blue represent in the hurricane weather research and forecasting model?
I'm looking into the correct answer to your question. The blue represents the wind speed in the hurricane weather research and forecasting model.
Did it finally get it right?
Getting better.
It's getting better, yep.
So I go one by different colors, so just that relationship that we're describing with that avatar at this point. So some back and forth going on.
Can you ask only about the color? Does it remember what you're talking about?
Yeah, so this version that we're working on right now is our production version. The one that is released, I think it gets released very soon. It's on our testing servers. It does remember. So it's utilizing that newer functionality from ChatGPT where it's going to remember in the conversation. So John, in that circumstance, would be able to say, okay, what is this model? And then without having to repeat the name of the model every single time, it's going to remember through up until it gets to its character count, I guess.
And we can add assessments. So if I come in here, I could add an assessment, maybe make a quiz on the different colors. Now I just tap into the color, click on here, and now I have a quiz. I can add questions to these different colors, and I also can, so that's wind speed. What is wind speed in this model? So I can voice the question, I can come up with different possible answers, blue, red, come to identify the wind speed, locate on the model, and even do the 3D recording. So I'll demo this where I click on record. And okay, so I'm doing a demonstration on the weather research model, and I can point with my laser. I can also point at these different dots. If I point and hold, right in there, how about this one? There it is. This could be a step-by-step process where I select certain certain dots.
I think it's a jiggly job in the 3D model.
Yeah. So step one, name the blue part, name the wind speed, name the rainfall, the temperature, the pressure. And I could stop the recording And that will be a step-by-step process that my learners can repeat once they go into the system, and then we'll be able to evaluate the step-by-step procedure with an actual report showing did they get the steps right, how long did they take to label each part. We'll have a spider chart, completion rate, incorrect steps, just on that process. You can see there's that 3D assessment. I could play this back, and okay, so I'm doing a demonstration on the weather. There's the research model, and I can point with my laser. I can also point at these different dots. If I point and hold,
You know what? Because it's a geometry that's
the model,
and the model goes collision detector.
it's colliding with this, yeah.
So we use the model.
So that's the assessment. We can add assessment activities to any one of these models, make it relevant, make it interactive, make it fun. So that's another example. And you saw the differences, how we look from the science point of view. Now we're looking from a technical point of view, maybe the instruments related to hurricane. Let's go ahead and move to the third model and change up the theme or the topic. See how we can have different topics.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to step into another model now, and this one is going to take our focus and completely spin it around. So physical sciences are pretty easy to visualize inside of EON, but what we're going to do now is look at what are those areas that are typically found more difficult to integrate into the tool, and those are going to be things like business. How do I bring business into this particular tool, or how do I bring? I think Dr. Gallagher already showed us how we can bring literature and writing in very easily. But this time we're going to look more at business. So how can I take this model of, again, the prompt word is hurricane, but how can I use this in that regard?
So this is a scan model of damaged vacation property caused by Hurricane Irma. And I can see here, I can spin it around, see where this was scanned. I can see the damage caused, and then automatically new portals were generated from this hurricane to a damaged vacation spot. So I can play those portals. And I can start labeling. There's so many angles we can approach this. The total cost, what's the damage to this property? Legal issues, how do you get a property appraised? When you contact your insurance, what do they do once they get to a property? So let me add some labels to this section.
And as John is adding those labels, we can think as well, if I was going to be teaching about entrepreneurship or buying business property or buying investment property, how could I teach if we're in an area that is prone to particular natural disasters? How can you then teach to that?
So I'm adding a couple keywords. Structural damage. Okay, so many ways you can label this. Very easy. Let's engage with the AI and start asking some questions. Describe to me the top 5 damages to homes caused by hurricanes.
I will gather all the necessary information for you. The top 5 damages to homes caused by hurricanes are 1. Wind damage, 2. Flooding, 3. Storm surge, 4. Tornadoes, 5. Windborne debris.
Describe to me the top 5 structural damages to vacation homes caused by hurricanes.
Interesting question. Let me find a good answer. The top 5 structural damage to vacation homes caused by hurricanes are 1. Wind damage, 2. Flooding, 3. Storm surge, 4. Roof damage, 5. Siding damage.
There you go. So again, we can label, I can create assignments, I can do a 3D recording, add my own voice, do a walkthrough. I can make this much bigger, get a little closer, maybe focus in on one home, looking at that damage. Labels different sections. How did the Hurricane Irma cause this damage? What will the appraisal system do? I believe it's a insurance claim adjusters. When they come in now to the property, they will review the property. They'll actually take pictures. find out what's the damage,
Training the insurance
training
adjusters.
insurance. So lots of approaches here to teach. And again, we're still in the same topic of hurricane. Questions?
Is that an actual photograph or a 3D photo? Is it a 2D or a 3D photograph?
It's a scanned model. So this was scanned. I believe it's with photogrammetry, and it was converted to a 3D model.
Probably a drone.
Yeah, drone scan.
Ah, okay.
Just by a drone and just capture it.
Got it. So that is a real house?
It's a real house, yes.
Inside,
Exactly. Yeah, I could come right in and see, look at the roof. Yeah, question?
So can, so if the student's using this, can they record their interaction with the AI? So I can see how did they ask, what questions they asked, and what the responses were?
All these responses are captured in a report that the teacher can go in and see what was asked during the session. The student can get the report. So all that's available. Yeah.
Not only the exchange, but any video that was created, any picture, any 3D model, anything that was encapsulated, because you learn by reflection, right? So you want that even in a written form. It is beneficial actually to have a PDF or a Google Doc, right?
The top 5 structural.
You could also assign the students to do a screen recording, which is an option in here, if you wanted to watch it.
And then, are you guys connected like with Canvas or any learning management system?
Yes, yes. So we do an LTI 1.3 integration with Canvas, Blackboard, Moodle, Brightspace. And we can save these individual experiences and put them right into the Canvas shell, where you click on one link, or you can download as a QR code, scan the experience, and it'll take you right into the lesson.
Single sign-on between Canvas and...
The other way the student could kind of record their interaction is quite literally through recording their interaction. So on that same 3-dot area, there's a screen recording option, and that will record everything that's happening on the screen at the same time.
Okay. And as well, we have a 3D recording where I can record my voice, and I could do a walkthrough, point at different. Notice the structural damage, the roof damage, we have some tree damage, and as I walk around here, let's go to the end of the block. Okay, we have some cars that got demolished. Let's take a look.
And there's a refrigerator.
Refrigerator, 2 roofs are collapsed.
Oh, nice pool.
That side. I can save that as a recording. And that will, for that, so I can see how that walkthrough. I can point at different, notice the structural damage, the roof damage, we have some tree damage, and as I'll walk around here, let's go to the end of the block.
You wouldn't walk.
Okay, we have some cars
Then you
that
walk.
got demolished.
Exactly, I think you are.
And let's take a look.
It doesn't talk anything.
Refrigerator, 2 roofs are collapsed. And some cars on that. Right? So you can just see all the possibilities that what you can do with one topic, how you can expand it into different projects. It could be different assignments that you assign your students. Maybe assign a blank model without all the knowledge portals. And then now it's your students' job to do a project where they will do this research. They will go through the process. They will put it into their own words. The power of you describing a procedure into your own words and having you send it back to the teacher to evaluate that experience. Yes?
John, what types of aircraft are used as hurricane hunters, and what type of data can they collect from a hurricane?
That again.
What types of aircraft are used as hurricane hunters, and what sorts of data can they collect from a hurricane?
What types of aircrafts are used for hurricane hunters, and what type of data can they collect from a hurricane? All right.
I'm preparing a detailed response to your question.
I bet.
The types of aircraft used for hurricane hunters are P-3 Orion, Gulfstream 4. The type of data that can be collected from a hurricane includes wind speed, direction, and pressure.
How'd she do?
How's that?
That's 90%, that's good.
That's still an A.
It's tough to better than me, for sure.
Great, any questions? Any other questions? Yes?
So, this picture that we're looking at, was it a video? How did they make this picture? Because it's blocks long. How did they make this picture?
Stitching.
Most likely with a drone, photogrammetry.
I mean, there are some amazing models. I don't know. So how much are you guys familiar with scanning? So 3Neo, small objects, Scaniverse, rooms, and then there are other solutions that can make very large models, right? And you can, this one is a pretty coarse model. It doesn't have level of detail, so it's a fairly, primitive model.
Mm-hmm.
The good models will have various level resolutions. And it's amazing that a phone, basically a phone, just most phones have better graphic power than any headset in the world. Yes, it's a joke because this one has a better computer. So yeah, there's lots of them, and that's exploding. And we are integrated with SketchUp, for example, so you can explore every single monastery in Transylvania if you want, or the Louvre or whatever. So yeah, that's I use it every time to, one use case that actually is very interesting. Remember most Australian universities make money on Chinese students? So does UK. So we did this deal with the University of Glasgow. That's where Sir Watts and Sir Kelvin went to, very prestigious place. And they live on those names, and I think 40% of the budget before COVID came from Chinese students. So they have 5,000 students that pay for everybody's bills. Now guess what? When COVID came, that whole business line was dead. And that almost sank a lot of universities, especially in Australia, but in other places. So what they requested is to scan every single lab. And those little labs look like Harry Potter stuff, like really cool. And then use spatial meetings to have a lecture and have Chinese students be there. So basically like this, but high fidelity with real avatar walking. And so you have physical presence, maybe 10 students in real life, but then you have 5,000 students in China. So there are many use cases once you enable this capability. And again, this is very primitive, I would say, with what's possible today, and even more so with what's possible tomorrow. Yeah?
Great, any other questions?
Are some entities contributing their IP, so their revenue, so things would be automatically paid for if you're using their models? So not everything is free, right?
Yeah, so there are millions of models out in the universe. And between our library, we work a lot with Sketchfab, which there are a lot of free models on there. Some of them you do have to pay. CG Trader, TurboSquid, all these are resources that you can go to look for models. You can scan, so the scanning adds a whole new element where you can just, with your phone, you can use such as Scaniverse, go scan an object and upload that to the library. The idea is that in EON, you can upload your own models, take models from other sources and bring them in. And that will...
Mention CAD also, that's important.
And the CAD files. So we have over 40 different file types that we work with. If you have OBJ, Max, GLT, GLTF, those are the ones we're seeing most. If you are in TurboSquid, 3ds Max, Maya, or if you're designing your own models, you can import them right into the platform. So that's really the idea, is we're a versatile platform where you can bring your own equipment, your own models, and use EON, or use from the millions of models that are available.
But in the next 90 days, we expect, give or take 30, 40 days, that increasingly you'll see prompts that go text to 3D. So if I look to my library and I want the Opera House in Sydney, but I don't have it, that will be a generation. So if you're familiar with Midjourney 5, or anything on Stable Diffusion, or these are today, but text to pictures is free, it's easy. Text to video is coming, and now NVIDIA has come up with a solution in Google We tried to play with it. It's still early days, but it goes so fast. So when I was talking this morning, if you guys were this morning, when I was talking about all these models, when I picked models, we kind of count by the time we release some of the new features that already is capabilities. Yesterday, Unity, I'm familiar with Unity, just released Unity AI, and if you read between the lines, because they don't say, they also have the support for prompt to 3D. So I think the challenge is not going to be 3D used to be the biggest challenge for us. If you go back 10 years, we have kind of solved it, but it's going to become even less so. That's not where the problem is in the future. Other problem.
I was just going to point out that that was something we did look at earlier today, so you could pull up a prompt and then, or pull up the experience prompt, and then it would start with text, and then it went to video, and it had image, and then you could pick a 3D model, but you didn't have to pick a 3D model. Or if there was a 3D model, you couldn't find one that you really liked, then you could pick an image instead. Or you might not need any of it once you've done all of those other things.
So once you've created your experience, here I'll exit, and now look at all the options that you have. You can keep this private, it's just an experience for you, you're not going to share with anyone, or you can choose to share with specific people. I can make it public, or anyone in my institution to be able to access this experience. Or I can sell it right into the marketplace. This is where I'll put it into this marketplace that we just discussed earlier, where I can set a price for free or for a fee, and it will be available for all the other institutions who have access to EON to potentially look at this model, look at this experience, and purchase this for their institution to allow you to buy and sell models through, sell experiences through the marketplace. And then I could just save, and then that report that we talked about with the AI will be available. Here, view AI report. And the conversation, the historical conversation I had with that AI will be available here for teachers, for students to access exactly what comments I had. All of the portals, the images that came through will be available in this section with a lesson plan, course syllabus and outline. So lots of data around that reporting tool. I can assign it to another learner, add students. And now I'm in the list of all the learners within my institution. I could assign that. And then also I could share, comment, view, and even look at the statistics. There's stats where a user came in here, did that 3D assessment, did any quizzes, assessment activities that will be located in this section.
So you get that, well, Mrs. Blevins, I already did that and it didn't work. It's just not telling you that I was in there. You get the cheat list, right? Like, yeah, I see that you were in there 15 times and you never finished it. That's fine.
No excuses this time.
But I also like that in terms of one of the things that came up a little bit earlier today was that idea that there is, if I'm a student who's struggling, I can go back into this and do it again and again and again and again and again until I get it. And my teacher can see that and can see, yeah, I see you're working really hard. You can also pull down those statistics to see who got it and who didn't, and immediately separate your class by level, right? Like, you guys are the ones that really need to focus on this concept some more. You're gonna sit over here, that's what you're gonna do. Here are my people that get it, all right, we're gonna move forward in this, that, or the other way. And so differentiating your instruction became that much easier. All right.
Can you comment a bit, because when you're saving, there was one more choice that for persistent tracking. Did you talk about that before?
Oh, persistent tracking. I showed that at the beginning. If you were here, you saw where I laid annotations on top of a mannequin, on top of the baby infant. So I set a persistent tracking anchor, a geospatial anchor that will anchor that object to a specific location. And then it'll show a map exactly where that location was anchored. So another student can come in and anchor an object to that exact location. So that's what geospatial anchoring is. It allows you to tag the real world. Once you have that anchor, any object in the real environment becomes a potential annotated object that you can add knowledge portals to.
Can you open that again and let me just give you a use case. The use case is like, so Monday morning, I want my students to Yeah, Monday morning I want my students to learn about anatomy, and I have 30 cadavers, and I fill my room with cadavers. And each bench has a cadaver with different tasks. So they come in, and they have to go to their bench, they open the phone, they don't know anything what's happening, and the test is on. So they, on the bench, have individually that cadaver, or that frog, or that engine, whatever. And it's tagged, so it's there. And I can delete it, so, and I can timestamp it. So if you go there, that's all. So now if you put the persistent tracking there. So what I'm trying to say is that everything I created, so there's different use cases. One is, okay, I'm going to, yeah, I'm in London, and I'm at a famous landmark, Piccadilly Circus. So I'm creating a whole experience around Piccadilly Circus. And then everybody that comes and visits it, they see, if they have the app, they see, wow, there's some application there. Someone talked about Roche, and if you put it along a machine, let's say I'm working for a maintenance repair operation activity. Okay, I'm almost.
There's the tag.
Okay, there's the
That's
tag.
our location.
Yeah, and then when you save it, you can, yeah, so let's say I do a maintenance, okay, so I'll give you another use case. So I am working for Deutsche Bahn, and I'm repairing trains. And my role is an inspector to see if this train is valid to enter service. And I see a lot of problems. So I tag them, all the problems. And then someone centrally looks at the tag, understands what the problem is, and recommends an action. This one we have to replace. No, that one is good enough, we can just fix it. And then the second day, someone actually goes in the field, operates, and gets a step-by-step procedure what to do with each tag. So the persistent tracking is basically illuminating the physical world with knowledge, if you think about it. So we can have a philosophical, so if you put a character to your toaster, and you say, you are very philosophical, and I like fried eggs on loan, I'm divorced, so I have no one to be with, so I want my toaster to be I'm very interested in second law of relativity, so romance me around second law, the toaster will do that to you. So that was an interesting one. I just want to see if you were sleeping there. I didn't say I'm pregnant, but I was about to say that just to see. Anyway, I think we are getting to the end, guys. Thank you.
And with that, we'll wrap up here.
Okay, thank you. That was amazing. Okay, so I guess we can wrap up now, right? So I'm not going to hold you much more. First of all, you've been troopers. It's been a long day, a lot of information. And when you force your brain to think in new ways, it kind of hurts, at least for me. So, because there's so many new concepts, right? Where is this world going to be? It's crazy, right? Because even for us doing this, and where are we going with this? Okay, so I would like, if you don't mind, just spend 3 or 4 minutes before we just end. Rather than me speaking, I want your thoughts. 3 years from now, we meet again. Where are we then? Who wants to take that?
Wow, 3 years now. Hopefully the toaster thing doesn't come true. Well, 3 years. I definitely see, from what I've seen so far, AI is going to be a big piece of the education puzzle. The difficulties we've seen with education. How do you make education available for the masses? If knowledge is a human right, it should be available for the masses. I think AI is going to play a big role in that space, making it available and accessible and affordable. And that is the ease of use of creating content and sharing that content with learners. I think it's going to be a big game changer. From what we've seen with educators, the big difficulty, overworked, underpaid, a lot of work to do, fed up. We've felt some of that. And I think these are strike in LA, downtown LA, and we've seen these tools offer a solution. When some educators think, oh, well, this is going to replace me, no, I think it's going to empower and enable to you focus in on what's really valuable, that time you have with those students, not the administrative side. I think there was a chart we looked at, the amount of admin work that an educator does compared to actually teaching is a lot of admin work. And I think AI can really play a big positive influence, be a positive influence into that admin duties that educators need to do to be able to be an effective teacher. So in short, it will enable teachers to become more effective and have a larger reach to the masses. So.
Wow, I think you're right. There's another theory here, so let's please come in, take. There you go.
I'm back. Okay. Yeah, so I think there's a giant change going on in the world, whether it's education, religion, or training. And I pretty much think about this every day. And so I think without individualization of content, whether it's any of those types of institutions, and you can see all of those we're experiencing lower enrollment, we're experiencing less people in institutional religion. And those are things that like my generation grew up with, and now they're drastically changing really fast. So if education and training and big institutions that were designed a long time ago, education in California was designed in the 60s, that system, for that generation, the baby boomers. It was not designed for anybody like all the people on my softball team's kids that are 2 years old and iPhone experts. And they are not going to learn the same way that I did and be happy with it. So this is happening, and I think about that a lot, because these are the tools that they're looking for to learn with individualized, quick content, instant information. If they're not getting that, they're not going to attend. It's as simple as that.
I agree. You see, 2017, I had this, we called it HTOs. There was a theory called, I don't know, you were not around then, Human 2.0, how we help humans grow beyond our current constraints. We all have constraints. It could be everything from your intelligence to your drive to whatever constraints you have. So our vision was the AI will be, instead of being overtaken by AI, will stand on shoulders, these giants, right? So that was the theory. We were at least 5 years ahead of our time, but it was an interesting theory. And then about 2 years ago, I wrote a book about, it was called The Knowledge Metaverse, and how we become superhumans, and kind of the same theme. But in my mind was like, okay, it's going to take until 2030. And I don't know if you know, but just to give you an anecdote how crazy this is, the models that OpenAI used to train GPT-3 used NVIDIA cards, and that cost, just to train, about $600 million. So Stanford released a week ago a model that's $600, and you can train it on a normal laptop. Now, we were predicting that will happen 2030. It happened. It already happened. Now, it's not GPT-4, but it's going to be. So this is going fast. Now, here's my dream. Okay, now I'll come a revision of everything. So if I analyze my day, there's a lot of friction. I want to achieve something, I want to book a trip, I want to do something, and I encounter a lot of stupid obstacles that shouldn't be there. Things that should have been solved somehow, the computer should have fixed it. But I end up spending at least 30 to sometimes even 50% of the time on things that are super mundane and super boring and very frustrating, irritating. I know, I hope I'm not the only one. So I think these things, to start with, increasingly will be solved. The other thing is that over the next 5 years, we will not have robots that you can buy at Best Buy, or the Tesla robot will take probably, I mean, start producing cars in 2 years, but it's going to take another 5 to 7 years until actually you can buy one. So we have like a butler at home, right? So meanwhile, we have a window here to generate those virtual AIs that are super helpful, and we have sensors, so it knows where it is and what it is. So I think we have an era here that's at least 5 years where this type of technology can be very, very helpful. Now, we all know that Apple, although Metaverse has been overblown and now has taken a step back, still, once Apple will call it virtual worlds, right? They don't want Metaverse because they don't support Meta. But that's coming. This year, we'll have Apple devices. They will not be the cheapest ones, but they will be there. So for our application, this is amazing. But once this is here, there's a different ballgame, right? And if you think you are addicted to this, you know, if you forget your glasses home, you will be undergoing a psychosis, right? Because you build your whole life around this enhanced world. So it will be indispensable for you. That's my little view. But how fast it goes, and can this go wrong? Yes. Yes and yes, right? It can go wrong, and this could be going too fast. Many people say that it can go too fast, and that will be the end of humanity. But no, I mean, it's plausible. Anyone read Max Tegmark, Life 3.0? Anyone? You know, OpenAI was founded by whom? Anyone? Elon Musk. You know why he founded that? Because Max Tegmark, a Swede that I know, convinced him to go to Costa Rica for a symposium around the dangers of AI. And he wrote it's a free book, so you can read it. There's about 30 ways that humanity will die in the next 2 decades because of AI. So it's a very dark reading. It's Nick Boström, another Swede. Anyone knows them? No? Okay, guys.
You guys gotta get your Swedish.
No, never mind. Never mind. But you know the Swedish chef from Muppets, right? Okay, you get it. Anyway, so what I'm trying to say is that there's a lot of people out there that preach the peril that we'll face with AI. So, and I think it's possible, but it's up to you. Because this can be used for something that we talked about all day today, and it can also help Putin to take over the whole world. Or she or someone else evil. So it's up to us, guys. Up to little us. And I hope today it's a beginning of a bigger journey. I'm so happy. First of all, I'm super happy to have you all. We've had more interesting discussions in the last, 2 or 3 hours than I've had in many years in California. We kind of avoided California. We are everywhere, but not here. And one promise I'll make you that we'll do this again. And if you want to host a similar activity, we are here to. Right now, the technology is at a stage where we need to create awareness, understanding, and belief. And I think it's up to us, all of us, to do it, and to work together for a brighter future. Okay, on that note, I thank you so much. Safe travels wherever you go, and we'll see each other again. All the best. Thank you.